Da chamada, chamada, na cena. Marcada, chamada, 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 na cena. Marcada, chamada, chamada, na cena. Marcada, chamada, chamada, na cena. Marcada, chamada. All the ladies hold up, hop in the ride, it's a brand new motor. Get on the fly, live la vida loca. My body fine, it's a Coca-Cola. Hold on, hold on. No one no sleep and I swear to total. Throwing it back when I press rewind. Losing her mind when she see that motion. Yeah, straight to the bag, get racks in the morning. Star boy on a film named Marin. Feels like Brazil had a man them ballin'. Shoot my shot, then I'm scoring. No one does it better. Body curving, how she swerving like a trifecta. We can have a party in the favela. Body curving, how she swerving like a trifecta. We can have a party in the You never seen this before. Now I got 4 songs on a billboard. You don't even know about me, no. Used to listen to so much, you know. They said I would never, ever get better. They said I would never, ever get better. Party in there, party in there. Party in there, party in there. Losing her mind when she see that motion. Yeah, yeah. No one does it better. Body curving, how she swerving like a trifecta. We can have a party in there. Body curving, how she swerving like a trifecta. We can have a party in there.
Stranded in the open, dried out tears of sorrow, lacking all emotion, staring down the barrel, waiting for the final gates to open to a new tomorrow.
And we're live.
Got a bit of a delay, but nothing major. Hey, everybody! Welcome, welcome, welcome. You guys ready for this crazy night? Because I know we are.
Mm-hmm.
Things that you might want to keep in mind tonight. Have your hankies, have your stress balls, and more than likely have your fans within arm's reach, because it could be cryy, it could be steamy, it could be making you want to throw things. And let's face it, phones are too expensive to try to replace or explain why you're replacing it. So,
Seeing my mug on 5 screens is a little disturbing.
are you giving yourself the look?
Uh, um, um, um,
Sorry,
just a little.
technical difficulties.
I mean, technically, I'm on 3.
There you go. Oh, I gotta move him again. Jiminy Christmas, Patrick.
You can blame my boss. She
I
messaged me and
mean,
kicked me out
there is that.
because it's her week to be on call. Who else is also on call?
There we go, and you are moved. Funny how we always see Patrick's ceiling.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what room he's in.
Doesn't matter.
We see it a lot more over Discord, though.
Yeah. Usually the ceiling fan going.
Yeah.
Oh, let me drop this down to here. Ha 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 ha. Huzzah! Okay, so now I'm only on 4 screens.
So, how's everybody doing tonight? No, it's not because rooms have ceilings. It's because the way Patrick always angles his camera.
My phone has a kickstand, so it's meant to be at an angle. I just don't fill up the upper half.
Or you don't move it back far enough so you're completely in frame.
I want it
Okay.
close.
I've been standing for a while, so
We're gonna see you shrink for a minute.
for those that were not aware, I do have a standing desk. It has been in here for a while. And I've just rearranged, including my bed. It is made. I adulted today. I adulted. I adulted.
I only about half-assed adulted today, and I will completely adult tomorrow. But
There you go.
gotta have one day a week that I don't completely adult.
Wow, seeing the massive delay.
Between the two, yeah. And the only reason I have YouTube up is just to make sure that, chat. In case we actually do have anybody joining and
Well, here's the awesome thing. I have got it set up to where both chats go into one. And so on the side of being if we have any YouTube people chatting in over on that side, it will be interspersed with the Twitch chat. And essentially, if you'll notice on the actual screen over there on the side of the picture,
Yes.
everybody gets a Twitch symbol in front of their name. So when a YouTuber comes in, it will have the YouTube symbol in front of their name. So you can see which side they are talking from. And amazingly enough, that only took me like 5 minutes to set up.
See?
This is why I am the tech coordinator at work. That is why I'm the techie person over here. I just lost my button.
Button, where's the button?
It says because I'm a lady ass face. All right. So, funny, fun stuff, right? We've got this week's prompt was to use this dialogue. It looks like you're in trouble there. Can I help? Submitted by our fearless leader to the master list. And not me totally geeking over here over my setup. Sorry. I'm going to be unbearable for a while. Now, you may notice that we are 3. Shar is still taking some time and focusing on her books that she's working on. And lately, the prompts that we've been coming up with just really don't go into the story. And, that is one thing. If the prompts don't go into your story, don't try and force it, if you need to focus and dig down and work on your book, go for it. You are not hurting our feelings in any way, shape, or form. You do not need to apologize because you could not write for a specific week. We're a support system. All right. That's point blank, period. We are your support system. You're not letting us down in any way, shape, or form. Okay.
Right. Absolutely.
Beautiful. Beautiful. No. I love all of this.
All right. And we do have a rather lengthy list tonight.
Yes, we do.
And a new anonymous.
A new anonymous. We do indeed.
And a cat.
Okay, I need the group's consensus on this real quick. I have a costume that I'm going to have to buy for Sinful Signings for Creatures of the Night. Obviously I write werewolf, so I'm going to go as a werewolf. Do I go with an overall werewolf mask, or should I just go with the werewolf ears?
Personally, if you're going to go with a mask, I'd go with a half mask, not a full mask. And ears are more like what a lot of the girls do. So you're kind of going to go with a little bit more Dead and Wolves of Desire type deal versus just
With that
anything.
mask.
Yeah.
I was thinking that, but I was like, I need another person's opinion because otherwise my opinion is kind of skewed.
I am streaming, so like I don't know how I'm going to talk and eat at the same time,
I just figured
but I have food.
Cora was trying to get into it.
She did,
So
yeah. I caught her. And yes, Bitzer, we've got kitty cat right there and kitty cat over there. No, there. I don't know which. Nope, that way. It's that way.
stars over here.
I know, but see, I'm looking at us here and there and there and over there and over there. And the direction that I point to point at Julie changes depending on which screen we're on.
Yeah, I tried to knock off the so
Okay,
it's not too bright.
cool. Thank you. It's been so nice not sleeping in the same room as my son. I love him. I do. I love him. He has his bedroom. I had mine, but that boy snores. Oh my god. Now I remember why I kept going into the spare bedroom when I lived with his father. I just
Yep.
how am I supposed to eat strips of chicken with a spoon?
Come on. Lay down.
Okay. So, Julie, what was our final word count for this week, submission wise?
Our final word count for this week's submission was just under 22,000 words. We came in at 21,800 and something.
Awesome sauce. And fun little fact that we looked at, this is the highest numbered word count of 2025. You guys all deserve a round of applause.
And the second time we've hit 10.
And the second time we've hit 10 submissions. So, let's say we get this party started.
Yep. Because we got a lot of words to go through tonight.
We do indeed. We do indeed. Across the bottom of your screen, you should see who our first submission is. Our prompter from down under, CM Weller. Orda Seljak wondered who the little figure on the west road was as he drove his cart closer to it. Whoever she was wearing old Aaron Balvin's hat, tied to her head with a strip of cloth like it was a bonnet. And she had someone with her, tall, thick fellow who was not Aaron, wearing some kind of long sleeveless shirt that barely fit. As Orda got closer, he could hear her chattering away as if telling tales. There's stories of a big treasure up in that cliff, she said. It's guarded by a dragon or a terrible curse. That storm must have drove it off if it were there. I reckon it. She cut off, apparently noticing Orda and his cart, cringing in on herself as if he were the threat, shaking like a leaf. She wasn't tiny. The fellow with her was enormous, 6'10" if he was an inch, and the lass was tiny. Order was so unused to people fearing him that he said, "You in danger, little miss? I can aid ye if you wish it." She clung to the tall fellow's forearm as if it were her only salvation, head turned to look straight down the road and hiding her face. "Mrs." She trembled. Her knuckles were white with her grip on the tall one. "Mrs. Balvin." This was the fat, demanding, haughty queen of old Aaron's household? She was a twig. Pregnant twig, mind, but a twig all the same. Orta hushed his voice a great deal. Now he knew she was scared of her own shadow. Don't mind me, Mrs. Balvin. Just trying to be neighborly. You can hop up on the cart if you will it. I'm heading into town anyway. My Daisy always complained about her poor feet when she was expecting, poor love. Yours have to be aching to come this far from old Aaron's on foot. Because he mentioned feet, he looked down at hers. She had woven rushes instead of any kind of sandal, no stockings. That Aaron hadn't made her bigger clogs for her swelling feet. He'd have a talk with that man about looking after his wife, and maybe a chat with the other lads about Aaron's complaints versus the tiny, terrified reality. Gone was the confidence with which she spoke to the big fellow. Her voice was barely a squeak now. I'm fine, thank you, she said. My Aaron won't like it none. The big fellow spoke, low, slow, and grating. He will not harm you. On closer inspection, the shirt was more like a nightshirt for a shorter man, like Aaron, but the sleeves had been picked off and some of the seams had been undone near the armpits. Who's your tall friend? And because he was trying to be harmless and nice, he added, if you don't mind me asking. This is Void. It came out the rain. It told me it come out the landslide a way back. Void did not seem to be breathing or blinking, yet it was standing upright and looking at Orda. But if this frightened little twig of a lass was afraid of Orda, but not of that, well, it had to be harmless. Orda tipped his hat and said, Howdy. Mrs. Balvin said, we say howdy back, in a whispered Void. Howdy, said Void. At last, the twig's head turned towards Orda's cart, and he could see enough of her face to know who she was. Skinny little Zinny? As I live and breathe. The whole town thought you dead after you never showed for your ma'am's funeral. Startled shock as she looked all the way up to his face. Mr. Seljack? I never knew ma'am died. My Aaron just told me she was sick and not to fret. I stopped asking 'cause how it made him mad. Suddenly, all smiles, Zinnia relaxed. I don't mind a ride to town, sir, but Void's right heavy. Them big feet seem to carry him fine enough. My old nag ain't that fast nohow. He hopped down to help her up and set his cart moving again. Void seemed content enough to walk alongside them, and Orda wasn't in a rush. I see Aaron's been keeping you busy. Which one's this, a third, a fourth? Ain't none but been born living yet, she said, one hand going over her middle. This'll be the fifth as got me this fat. I got to get some herbs and help for my poor Aaron. He busted his hand. Aaron did that to himself? Wondered Orda. Him with only grumbles over his beer at the pub. How in the world did he manage it? He attempted to hit me, said Void, because I would not let him hit her. Orda decided he would be doing a lot of talking with his mates. Aaron's bitter grumbling and the mousy's skinny, terrified truth were at vast odds against each other, and from the sound of things, Aaron's busted arm might just be a reprieve for skinny little Zinny. Dun, dun, dun.
I beg your finest pardon. Come on, man.
Hey, you know,
Why
that
do they always leave us on a what the hell is going to happen next? I mean, now mind you, that is a sign of a great writer, and I believe them when they do that. But come on! Bah. I know you're a chaos gremlin. You fell in with this group. Of course you're a chaos gremlin.
I'm reading the comments. We all chaotic people. That ain't no lie. That ain't no lie. Mm-mm.
Well, you know, chaos breeds chaos, and in our orbit, literally chaos attracts chaos. So it tis what it tis, and it will be what it will be.
Fork.
But I'm almost to the point of throwing the mic at you. Justice better be coming. I'm going to jump into a story. I'm throwing the mic.
No, I really like how, she's heading into town, right? So we've obviously, skipped some things, right? We knew that they were have to go into town. But now with Zinnia going into town, people are going to learn the truth.
Oh, yeah. Which makes you wonder how she negotiated going into town. Because, like, hell, he didn't do that willingly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure Void had something to do with it.
We love us some Void.
We do. We love us some Void.
And not just black cats.
Which currently mine just came out of timeout in the no cage, and now him and Chloe are playing Speed Racer. So yeah, that sounds about right.
Speaking of voids and crates, Kira/Kieran had to spend about 2 hours in the crate today.
What'd he do?
Went after Star, and when Miss went after her. And when Maggie was looking over the edge of the freezer in the kitchen to go, what's going on? He looked up, and then his little butt started to wiggle, and he launched himself up from the floor onto to
The deep
try to beat
freeze.
her up. Yep.
Yep. Yeah, they were definitely having a Kieran day, not necessarily a Kira day.
Yep. Very nice, Nutter. Very nice. Liked it. All right. Oh, and I forgot to mention before, right? I was saying that Shar was not able to join us, off doing what she needs to do. Hesh is also not joining us, obviously. It got taken to a concert for her birthday earlier this week. So, we don't have Kesh currently, but
We do have her words.
we still get to hear her words. She's lucky. She's lucky she's at a concert.
Well, she did say that she would be waiting for the berating tomorrow.
Oh, I'm prepared.
So,
All right.
She might not
Ready,
make it
Freddy's?
to tomorrow because Izzy might read her for filth later after she reads hers.
yeah, but she's got to come home from the concert first. That's how that works.
Yep.
Yeah, she could come home from the concert, and Izzy lives close enough. She could be sitting on her front porch.
I mean, I could.
Okay.
I could.
You know, Kesha's always threatening. Well, I'm just 10 minutes down the road. I can just come right on over. I'm 10 minutes away. Izzy can pull the same card.
Backfires on her. Uh,
Absolutely. All right. So next up, we are back to Etlon. Here we go. Thrail, pack brother to the king of the dragons, Duran, stood with Prince Bayard on a parapet along the outer wall of the Vermilion Kingdom's palace. He was explaining the different directions and how to find them once the moon and stars began to appear. As he was pointing to the features on the face of the moon as it appeared from behind the horizon, the tops of the trees within the nearby woods began to move, distracting the both of them from the lesson. The movement became more and more vigorous as rapid hoofbeats could be heard coming closer, followed by the calls of griffins on the hunt. Thrail, what is going on? The young dragon boy asked, looking up at the elder with the red eyes he had inherited from his father. The dragon was trying to focus on the area so he could see what exactly was going on, the limitations of his human like form making the task difficult. I'm not entirely sure, Your Highness. The low light of the sunset making it hard to see who the griffins were chasing after. A series of branches breaking deep within the thicket, followed by a horse releasing a loud call, and a man yelling spurred Thrail into action. Stay here, Your Highness. He looked down at the boy, who watched as the dragon ran down the stairs of the tower to the paddock along the inner courtyard wall, grabbing the reins of his horse and leading her out of the stall. He climbed on the mare's back, giving her a signal to run as fast as she could. Open the gates! A guard called as the soldiers in the gear house quickly brought the wrought iron portcullis up into its recess. The horse tore out of the courtyard and into the field at top speed, heading toward the line of trees and the commotion in the woods. Thrail directed her to follow the path, cutting through different copses of trees, his eyes scanning for whoever was needing help. He slowed the horse to a trot, listening for more noise to tell him which way to go. In an explosion of leaves and branches, 3 horses carrying riders bedecked in the emerald green of the Elven Empire ran past at top speed. Thrail turned his horse to follow when he was toppled off his mount by something hitting him in the back. Hitting the ground rolling, righting himself as he jumped to his feet, he saw 3 griffins, infected by the blood of the King of Death, fly past in the same direction the elves had gone. Running and giving what his kind called a blood sacrifice, he shifted into his true form, taking flight and flying after the creatures and the riders they were chasing. A few beats of his leathery wings, and he was fully airborne, flying high above the trees and keeping his reptilian eyes open for his quarry. Hearing the sound of air through feathers alerted him, giving him a direction in which to go. He dove, gliding just above the leaves, following the sounds of wings as he gained on the group. Finally, he found the convocation of griffins and the riders they chased. Thrail flapped his wings to again gain altitude, the blue-black color of his scales almost disappearing against the inky blackness of the sky as he targeted the creature leading the group and coming down on it. The griffin screeched in pain as he bit it on the scruff, and the two tumbled across the grassy fields that lay between the edge of the forest and the palace. Without missing a beat, he shook his head, and the griffin clenched in his jaws, tossing its body to the side and then taking back to the air to go after another. Thrail caught up with another of the creatures just as several guards in their true forms flew out to help intercept the rest, the riders going beneath the dragons and into the palace courtyard. A battle between leathery wings and talons versus feathers and claws ensued, all of the griffins falling to the defending dragons. More guards spilled out of the palace gate, running to the scene behind the combatants and setting the remains of the griffins ablaze, ensuring that the polluted blood in their veins could not spoil the field. There should be a fifth one, just outside the woods, Thrail instructed, pointing with a talon in the direction where he had left the body. Several of the men, torches in hand, ran toward where he had directed. Thrail, my brother, are you well? King Duran ran through the opened gates, leaving Prince Bayard standing with a throng of other onlookers, including the now safe elven riders. The dragon looked to the lead of the trio of elves, realizing who it was. Your Majesty. He touched his triangular jaw to the ground, the closest he could get to a bow in true form. Master Thrail, thank you. I am certain they were laying in wait at the border, ready to chase us here. We rode straight through with them on our heels, King Varan explained as he acknowledged the dragon, turning to his dragon counterpart. I felt it would be prudent to reply to your message in person, Duran. The elf's platinum blonde hair bright, even in the dim light of the torches around the courtyard. His blue eyes began to scan the crowd as if looking for something or someone. I will show you to the guest wing of the palace, Varan. I think you will find them suitable. Bayard, please come with us. He beckoned the boy, placing his hand in the center of the young dragon's back. Yes, father. He followed, staying just behind the two kings. Varan's gaze fell on the entrance to the palace gardens as they passed, heading to the main doors, welcoming visitors to the home of the King of the Dragons. A look of sorrow flashed across his face, disappearing just as quickly as it had appeared. So, Duran, I am wanting to start building a finalized treating. It's something we should have done a long time ago, he said as they made their way up the stairs and into the round chamber that led to all points of the building. Yes, I think I agree. It's high time that we make our kingdoms put our differences aside and combat our mutual enemy, Duran replied as he motioned that they would be heading up the central stairs. I also hear that congratulations are in order. A girl, such a blessing for the kingdom. Varan smiled, stopping and extending his hand for the dragon to take. Thank you, my friend. Duran returned the smile as he accepted the offered hand. Varan, I did notice you eyed the entrance to the garden. I don't think I have to tell you, but you are always welcome to pay your respects in the family mausoleum. Your blood lays with ours. The dragon placed his hand on the elf's arm, then patted him, turning to walk down the hall where they stood. Again, thank you. Varan followed, catching up to Duran quickly. Father, what do you mean by his blood lays with ours? Bayard asked, running up from behind them. I will explain that to you at another time. Duran looked over his shoulder at the boy. Yes, father. His reply, while disappointed, was compliant. I had heard that you had a child around the same time as my son, Wayun was born, though I had heard the child was also a girl, Varan stated as the boy ran in front of the adults. You were misinformed. Duran watched as Bayard slowed to a walk just ahead of them. This way. Duran pointed to a hall that had two guards flanking the entrance. This is the guest wing. I think that the room at the end will be the most comfortable. He indicated the double doors at the end of the hall. I will have the room prepared for you while we eat. Your companions can have the rooms on either side of yours. Duran then continued past the corridor and toward another wing of the palace. Thrail caught his breath before offering his blood sacrifice to make the change back into his human-like guise, watching as Duran and Bayard led King Varan into the palace. Once changed, he stood, dusting himself off, and began to walk toward the woods where he had left his horse. Like all animals owned by a dragon, she had been trained to not be spooked by her rider transforming into their true form, waiting where she had been left till she could be retrieved. As the dragon approached the edge of the small forest, he saw a tall figure hidden by the shadows. As the creature began to move forward, he could see shaggy, ruddy hued fur covering a giant man like being with kind, deep brown eyes. Guardian, I am incredibly sorry for the disturbance to your woods. Thrall bowed as he realized who he was approaching. She looked like she might be in trouble back there, so we helped her, Oskarai. We protected the horse while you were fighting. The voice of the creature filled Thrall's mind, allowing him to know that the Guardians were not angered by the situation. Or at least this one wasn't. A second Guardian came up from behind the first with the reins of the mare in their hands, leading her back to her owner. A furry arm reached toward him, handing him the leather strap. The mare slowly meandered his way, her mouth slowly chewing on some tufts of grass she must have found along the path he had left her on. He patted her along the side of her neck, and she snorted in response, continuing to chew. That's a good girl, Thrall said as she stopped and waited for him to move. I thank you again. Your kindness for my horse is greatly appreciated. He bowed again, the guardian smiling in return. It is no bother. All creatures are sacred to the earth and must be treated as such. It extended an arm, placing one hand on the dragon's shoulder and the other on his forehead. You and your kin are sacred. You are descended from creatures of the earth. All the races are. Balance must come to Etlan again. The guardian removed their hands, leaving Thrall with a look of shock on his face. He stood quietly as the guardian disappeared back into the woods, just as quickly and mysteriously as they had appeared. He and the mayor stayed for a few more minutes before turning and heading back to the palace. They walked into the courtyard and crossed to where the stable area was, placing the mare back in her stall and making sure she was fed and content. But the mare kept looking at him and rolling her eyes. Why do you keep looking at me like that? He demanded as he fed her a handful of feed. I've told you, I'm not who everyone thinks I am. He ran his fingers through the horse's mane. Her hoof beat on the wooden floor of the stable, the beat rhythmic and meaningful. Oh, I remember. You aren't what you seem to be either. There will be a day when we have to reveal ourselves and do our duty to all of Etlan. But I feel that day is still far away, my friend, he assured the mare, who again beat her hoof on the ground. Of course, he answered her reassuringly before stepping away and leaving to return to the palace. Dun dun dun.
What the actual fuck? We got killer griffins. Unfortunately, I had to walk out of the room during the elves. I don't know if the elves are infected or not, but
No,
Weren't we supposed to also have Bigfoot in there?
that's the Guardians. The big, tall Guardians covered with fur and yeah,
Without calling them Bigfoots, okay.
Yep.
without calling them Sasquatches,
Uh-huh.
because that's what her level.
If we remember from the very first announcement with the undead, it could be a poster on the wall, it could be a reference talking about a movie, talking about this, that, and the other, adjusting, whatever. And obviously, Cash's entire story is about dragons. So, had that one covered, but had to work in the other. Nutter put in basically a reference that Void was the Bigfoot because Void has big feet, So, hey, look, everything is up to interpretation. How many times have we said the prompts themselves are just, the spark? If you need to change the verbiage to fit with your flow, by all means do so. We're just here to spark your creativity and support y'all.
Right. Absolutely.
Oh. Yeah, blood infected griffin. Yep. That was good. That was good.
What?
Um I'm mad though.
Why exactly are we mad?
The horse.
Oh, yes. Now, yeah, she did leave us with more questions and answers.
Yes.
And Kesh has gotten a unique damn thing about leaving us with more questions and answers.
Yes, she does.
So,
Mm-hmm.
so while I would like to say I'm surprised, I'm not.
I'm not.
I'm really not.
A horse is a horse, of course, of course.
Oh, God.
No questions about the past between dragons and elves. No, I don't. But that's me. I've been kind of working with Kesh on the story and whatnot, and hearing her bounce ideas off for 2-3 years now. So I have fewer questions than y'all might.
And you know what? Most of us, we know how to get a hold of Kesh to have questions answered, or just hear her creepy laugh when she knows something that we don't know.
You know, her life never used to be that creepy.
Okay, I was gonna ask. You've known her longer than anybody else, but it's like, was her laugh always that creepy when she knew something you didn't know?
No.
For heaven's sakes. So any bahoozles. Up next, a
As we
longer
watch,
submission than usual.
yep, as I, stuff my face.
Well, yeah, I was gonna just go ahead and talk it out while you were washing down a bite of dinner. Our very own first prompter, the woman who literally, other than Izzy and quite a few others, but the one that basically told me I could not give up because she needed this show just as much as everybody else needed the show.
Mm-hmm. We got that
Um,
right.
and today she got to meet a lot of our buddies
Ooh.
at Flirty in Iowa. And I cannot be more proud of her with everything she's done, everything she's accomplished, and she continues to accomplish.
Mm-hmm.
Trisha, if you don't know, we are so proud of you, and we love you to bits. And you are the protected gem of this group. That if shit's going down, we're locking you in a room with bubble wrap. There will be snacks, but we're gonna lock you in the
Yes.
room with the bubble wrap, and we're gonna go out and handle the business. You can write about it when we're done. But that's just the way it is. And, we have those in our group that they are very precious to us. And Trisha is one of those very top, very high of the list of being precious to our group and to everything that we started with.
My precious.
Precious. I could do it a little bit more, but I've had milk, so that film in the back of my throat's not letting me get that note.
What, B? Look, as someone whose second husband had the nickname Gollum, I can do it all I want. Especially since he is my dearly departed ex-husband. Ha!
Yes, the dragon, like a phoenix, will return to the ashes. It's like, are you trying to summon fire or just get the incense to burn?
Just making sure that the incense caught.
Okay, because it looked like you're trying to pull a Sandra Bullock and trying to breathe a candle into existence.
Okay, but B, I've never seen The Ring. You won't catch me
Oh
ever
fuck
being
no!
willing.
No, I did watch The Ring. We are not doing. No,
Mm-mm.
negative,
Mm-mm.
Spider. No.
Negatory.
Okay, and I watched it with my mom, and my mom had watched it before I did, and I should have known when that woman started laughing a certain way that I should be scared. That was not the case.
Any hoozles. We've got Trisha up next.
Yes.
All right. Now I got to make sure that I can have all the words on the page. There we go. More love bug. Start your engines running in the comments. Talking about love bug nonstop. You know you want to. The next night, we all got up, and for a little while, it was just Adam, Al, Rob, Sarah, Near, and I up. I jumped into Near's lap just as she told them that I could protect us. Al said, I don't need that furball to protect me. Fine, she snapped at him. He got pissy and walked away. Soon the whispering trio and James were back. It was time to go. She kissed Adam and Al and told them to be careful. Then Near hugged Rob and said that we will not let BX kill him, and Sarah kissed him. Then the three men left the house across the way. Near took a deep breath as all the vampires, including Sarah and myself, started sneaking out to surround the house with the wares. The vampires were able to kill the hunters without a sound. Near grabbed one and sank my teeth into his throat. She ripped his throat out. I saw Sarah do the same with several hunters. Soon the wares were running through the areas the vampires cleared. Then we heard gunfire from behind us and we split up the forces. Some went further in while the rest turned back to fight the reinforcements. There was a surge of hunters after the gunshots. Saber was shot and about to die, but not before taking out the shooter that shot him. Then someone jumped over us and took out like 5 guys when he landed. Near took out a bunch before she got knocked down. I jumped on her chest. I thought, looks like you're having trouble. Let me help. I started glowing again. We started floating a bit, and as soon as she got her feet under her, I stopped, and we continued fighting our way to the top floor. We figured to the top floor where we figured BX was. Just then, Near was tackled from behind by a very large hunter. She was able to get herself flipped over so she could face him. He looked shocked. It is you, the little girl that was chased by a vampire. Yeah, but you were too stupid to see that I'm a vampire, she said, flashing her fangs, then sank them deep into his neck. She ripped out his throat and then pushed him off her. Near jumped up and saw Tempest get his chest blown out. The hunter turned his shotgun on her. Near started to run when she saw me jump on his face and started clawing his eyes out. When she got there, she shoved her hand into his chest and ripped out his heart. As soon as the body hit the ground, I went running off after another hunter. When I encountered hunters, I would attack them the best I could by clawing out their eyes and biting them anywhere I could. In the process of doing this, I would come across some werewolf or vampire fighting a hunter, and I would do what I could to help. I was trying to get back to Near when I saw a bunch of bodies fall on her from a level above. I weaved my way through the legs of everyone fighting to get to her. As I got closer, I saw Near climb out from under the bodies. She ran right at a huge creature. She looked human. It looked human, except it was way bigger and looked way stronger. It started trying to hit Near. She was able to duck a few swings, but one hit got her in the belly. She held on and then started climbing up its arm, like I do to her. She started clawing and biting its face. Then it grabbed her and threw her into a wall. Then she was at it again. She got on its back and started ripping at the back of its neck until spine was exposed, but she couldn't get it to break. I climbed up it as it tried to grab Near, and I sliced through its spinal cord, then jumped down with Near as it fell. Near ended up running into another one of those giant things. She kept getting thrown into walls. She tried to climb it, but it would grab her and throw her. Then she started ripping flesh from his knees. She seemed to think if she could get it down, she could get to its neck, but it was not as easy. He kept kicking her away, but she would keep going back until he fell. Then she jumped on his back and climbed up to his neck as he tried to get up. She tore and ripped at the back of his neck till she got to his spine. This time she bit through it, and all I could think was, ew, gross. As soon as he stopped moving, she jumped off and continued fighting the hunters, working up to the top floor. I followed her the best I could, hunters coming out of every room that was opened. Near opened one door, and there were 3 huge bears. She started running from the bears. A bunch of werewolves jumped in between Near and the bears. As the werewolves took care of the bears, I went in the room with Near and saw some big hunters. They attacked her, but she was able to fight them off, then ran deeper into the room, and we saw Adam, Al, and Rob tied up alone. Near got Adam untied. Get Rob out of here. Okay, but I'll be back to help, he said. Fine. Near grabbed his arm before he left with Rob. Be safe. Always, he said as he took Rob out of that place. She turned to Al. Ready to kick some ass? Oh, yeah, he said as we rushed out to the main room. There were so many hunters that came running up the stairs into the room, which meant there was a basement we had missed. We were killing them as fast as they came running in. Then the floor started shaking. Another ogre lumbered in the room. Not another one, I heard Near yell. Al, to kill this fucker, get on the back of its shoulders, rip through the back of its neck, and break its spine. Got it, he said as he jumped at it. The ogre grabbed him out of the air and threw him into a wall. Near ran at it, trying to climb its body, but it grabbed her and started to squeeze. I came running in at that time and started clawing at the ogre's face. He dropped Near to grab me, which I was able to get away before I got grabbed. Al was able to get to its neck while I was dealing with Near and myself. Near started working her way to the only door no one had gone through yet, but the going was really hard. It seemed like the hunters were thicker there, and they were harder to kill. It seemed like for everyone Near and I killed, 2 more showed up, and we were the only ones fighting them. But there were others near us fighting these uber hunters. I heard someone yell, "What the hell are they? They keep multiplying." Near said, "I have no damn idea. Just keep fighting." We seemed to have been fighting forever. Then we started to gain some ground. They were not multiplying as quickly as they had been. Soon we were able to get into the room where there was a bunch of caged animals. We took a closer look at them and realized they were rare creatures. Near started freeing them as quickly as she could. When they were free, they started killing any hunters that came in after us. We went through another door to find BX, and he was guarded by umber hunters. That was the best way I could describe them. They were bigger than any of the other hunters. We started killing the umber hunters. As soon as Near could, she rushed BX. He picked her up and threw her. By the time Near got back up, we saw him jump out the window. Near jumped out after him and chased him down the street. I tried to follow her the best I could so I could help her. Then we saw something jump him. When we got closer, we saw it was a lion that had jumped BX. They were wrestling, and then BX snapped the lion's neck. He turned to Near and said, "I thought I had killed you, and I killed your nest." I took that moment to go hide, but kept an eye on BX and Near. I was smart enough to hide from you. I just don't understand why vampires being known by humans bothers you to the point of killing them, Near said, still ready to attack. The world knows about you. It is only a matter of time before they know the were creatures are real, and if vampires have rights, they will be less afraid of you. Thus, the less afraid of us, he told Near. I saw a wolf sneaking up behind him. I wasn't sure if Near saw it. Why is it a big deal if they don't fear vampires? We want them not to fear us. Why does it apply to were creatures? She asked. BX yelled. I want them afraid of us. I like the taste of fear when I kill them. I love that I can blame the people I kill on vampires. You're the one killing all those people? She asked in shock. What the hell did vampires do to you that you want to give us a bad image? BX froze, then turned and grabbed the wolf out of thin air as the wolf jumped at him. He effortlessly threw him to the ground. You have always gotten the attention in every book and every movie. You always got the girl, always were swooned over, and werewolves were always hunted down and killed, he said as he started to walk closer to Near. But you are a werebear. What does werewolves being hunted and killed in movies have to do with you? And if you recall, in most books and almost all movies, vampires were killed too, Near argued as she started backing away from him. It does not matter now. I'll tell the world that vampires slaughtered all those men, he said as he charged at Near. She went to the ground and planted her feet in his stomach and flipped him over her. He landed on his back. Near jumped up and ran towards just him as he got up off the ground. She jumped onto his back and sank her fangs into his shoulder. He grabbed her and threw her. This time she was knocked out. BX picked her up and carried Near back to the house. I followed him as he took Near to the basement. It was like a huge cave. I hid in a dark little nook as he put Near on a stone slab. BX chained her down to the table before he headed back upstairs. Dun dun dun.
Trisha! What? What in the actual hell?
Emotional damage.
Yeah, that definitely warrants emotional damage. You might want to move harvest the words back back a layer, because when that's coming through, it's coming through behind it.
I missed that.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know.
I was watching. Oh, I know what happened. I was moving something else around and I had to move layers. Okay. I
I don't know how to
I
feel. I mean, I'm angry, but I'm also like, I see you, little brother.
I
Wow. Just wow. Okay.
I mean, obviously, some fleshing out and watching for repeated words, but the bones is there, and I'm not okay.
I'm not okay. And this isn't even a like it's okay not to be okay. Like I'm just severely just not okay.
I'm not okay.
I'm not okay. We are not okay.
I mean, let me put it this way. I'm not a fan of rice, and I am eating rice as though it's comfort food.
You also took a big gnawing bite out of that bread. Like it was your comfort bread. Like your emotional support role.
I'm
No, don't be sorry.
I'm Who knew Trisha was fine with having a character reach their hand into somebody's chest and rip their heart out? Who knew
I
that?
mean,
Because that was not on my 2025 bingo list. Mm-mm.
no,
She does
That
it
was
to us
not.
every week, though. She does it to us every week with what she writes.
No. I get that.
she
The
physically wrote.
emotional. But he physically wrote it this time.
She's growing.
She's growing. We love our little Trisha love bug.
We do a lot, and like I said, we're gonna wrap her in bubble wrap and stick her, in a room with snacks. We're not gonna completely misery her, but there will be consequences if this story isn't finished.
Uh-huh.
We have to know what happens to Love Bug. By the way, for those that don't know
This is
or
true.
did not gather, Love Bug's a cat.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
For those that are just tuning in first time this week, Love Bug's a cat. And it's a vampiric cat from this particular world. Um, I don't have your books to read your books. I will eventually be able to purchase them. Um, but Izzy has the book.
I do have
But yeah, no, that's some shit right there. I'm not even gonna lie, it's some shit right there.
I'm
No, you're not dumb. It's one of them things. Lovebug is the cutest cat. And for a 300-year-old vampiric cat, who, if you were tuned in last week or watched the replay last week, you found out that Lovebug is actually the reason there's human vampires. So I encourage you, go back on the live stream, watch it again. You can watch it over here on YouTube or I think it's still up on.
Yeah. Since we've got affiliate, it lasts for 14 days, I think.
14 days.
I
But
don't remember.
I think this one will knock that one out. So you might actually have to go over to the YouTube and go and watch it there. Which is great, because if you're watching us on YouTube, please go back and watch us on the thing. Please consider subscribing. And it doesn't cost you anything. If anything, it just boosts our numbers a little bit. Also, if you happen to be over here on the Twitch stream, go over to the YouTube. hit the buttons. We're not trying to get famous. We're just trying to make sure that people know about writing and the crazy crap that comes out of our head every week. So, with that, I mean, honestly, we've had some really good ones tonight so far, and now I'm like, I don't know how to feel. And we got Artemis Elf up next, which is another one that scares the shit out of me because I don't know how to feel. Also, everybody, what? Baby B, what? You're screaming my name. What? Oh, Lord. I don't doubt myself. Though I am last tonight, so I think it's going to be funny. It's going to be down to me and Patrick on who's going to end up causing Izzy more heart complications. And I believe if Artemis is still in the building, Artemis, if you're in chat, please sound off. Oh, thanks for the vote of confidence there, Leon. That just warms my little heart. No, actually, I didn't submit that one. I mean, kind of, but no, I didn't submit the hard hitting chapter. I almost did, but I did not. Well, I have been known to short circuit Izzy, so, and it wasn't that I was trying to come in last. I had a lot of stuff happen this afternoon, and it just happened to happen that way. And as I was going through the list, making sure that everybody had submitted, or if they told me they were submitting, I'm their backup. Literally, that's what I do in the afternoons on Saturdays. I send out a response that's like, hey, you guys got X number of hours of what's going on. Then I immediately get okay, well, I'm submitting, but it's going to be late, whatever. And as we get closer to time, I send out another thing, all in the Discord. So if you're not part of our Discord, become part of our Discord. Go into the beacons link in either on the YouTube channel or over on the Twitch channel. Go into the beacons link. Sign up for the newsletter. It doesn't cost you anything, and we do not bombard you. You also get all of our information, where we're going to be, what events we're going to be at, where our signings are. A lot of times, how to buy our stuff, where to locate us to talk. Exactly. There you go. Artemis, did you say there was a hanky warning on yours? If there is a hanky warning, throw up a box of tissues. Yes, there is a hanky warning on yours. Okay. So it's a thank you very much. Yeah, and she's next. So that's gonna be fun. And then after Artemis tonight, we have our very first new prompter. You're not sorry. We're never sorry. I mean, we might be sorry for a little while, but we're not truly, truly sorry. But in the same thing, we have a new prompter tonight, Anonymous 4. That's coming in right after Glee. And I have gotten a sneak peek at Anonymous's work. For those that don't know, when you are hold on a second. What do you think it means? Yes. And we love showing new writers the love and support coming into this because, it can be intimidating. It can be very, very intimidating. Will you guys please stop using the word freaking honky for a minute?
Okay, so here's the thing. Okay. Honky as a word can be several different things, but it is also a term that could be considered racist. Okay.
I
Now,
understand that. That's
doing,
why I'm asking them. I keep having to hit okay, it's fine, but it's like, will you stop?
yeah. Will you stop? Just because, yeah, like Artemis said, it's a slang term that is, but you start talking honky tonk. Okay, that's a type of music.
Right. Or
But the filter is going to just keep catching it.
yeah.
Okay. Now that being said, I'm not sure what Leon's trying to,
I don't know.
I,
We're
I,
losing
I,
translation.
we're losing some stuff in translation, and that's okay. Because we are a global sensation now. What means things in the US mean different things other places and vice versa. But I think we got, yeah. Okay, let's see here. Oh no, we know Leon. It's fine. I think it means Mexi. No. Steamy, smexy, horny.
Horny. Okay. Not honky. Horny. Okay, that makes more sense now. Like, we lose a lot of things in translation, and we just pray that we can read between the lines enough to filter.
Yes.
And
All right.
up next,
Up next, because we still have a lot to get through. Sorry, I needed a restroom break and to emotionally prepare myself because Artemis Elf
knows how to hit
had
us in our feelies.
hit. Especially since this one is entitled An Unsettling Feeling of Being Watched.
Oh mother. Okay.
Not me right now, no. Mm-mm. I've traveled all around Africa and still haven't found the gnu who stole my scarf. The first snowfall of the season always made Lily nostalgic, but this year it brought with it a feeling of dread she couldn't shake. She shut her book and stared out the window at the storm, flurries swirling through the air with a promise of a long, terrible night that no daydreamy adventures of Susan Baker Winchester and Madeline Lewis traversing Africa could ease. Besides, she'd read the book at least 100 times and knew that GNU had nothing to do with Lake Zoo or the murder, but that scarf was the last linchpin of evidence. With a sigh, she stuffed the book down the edge of the bench cushions and forced herself to stand. Beyond the breadth of discomfort and release, her face remained tranquil and unremarkable as it had her entire life. Long before she'd been born, emotions were outlawed. So had a variety of speech, volumes, and tones. These things lured out from the shadows of the forests beasts too terrifying to have only one name. People whispered what they were, spirits and demons, but the most common tongue knew them as the said ague. They were old, older than the stories to keep children from wandering the woods by night, older than the stars perhaps, but there was no way to truly know how many lifetimes back the said ague existed or where they came from. Maybe nowhere, Lily considered. Maybe it was they, the people, who had invaded upon their land, that were the real problem, and fearing their vengeance was the price of keeping the settlements littered through the plains of Baildon Heights. Maybe that was why magic had died with the summer's leaves when the winds cooled. They had earned their isolation, she decided, headed to the modest kitchen where the kettle was still warm over the iron burner, fire low beneath it. She stuffed her hands under her arms to keep the chill away a few moments longer, pausing when she crossed by the icebox. Tacked to the front was a picture from lifetimes ago. Her jaw tightened to restrain the frown. Why do you keep looking at me like that? He had demanded. I told you, I'm not the person you think I am. It looks like you're in trouble there. Can I help? She had crouched, offering a hand over the edge of the wreckage, already suspecting he'd refuse. Fine, he had huffed, and reluctantly allowed her to pull him from the twisted metal and wreckage. But don't start thinking that I owe you anything. Scavengers don't need help. I'm sure you would have found a way out of that hole, eventually. Lily had given the most apathetic of shrugs before gathering her bags and the walking stick with a lantern fastened to hang from the end. It will be dark soon. Unless you want to be out when they come out, you are welcome to come with me. They? She'd stopped, listening to his hurried footsteps to catch up, and turned slowly to stare at his wide, sparkling eyes. They had been so peculiar, unlike anyone else's that she had met. Harold made no secret that he did not belong, a stranger in the lands from somewhere beyond the barriers and fields where few crops grew. He'd found the spiked fences and crude barbed wire strange and as foreign to him as he was to the land. The said ague, at last she had said, watching for any reaction, or for his reaction, if any. Harold stopped then and narrowed his eyes. The said ague? His lips parted slightly, curling to reveal his ivory teeth. He snorted, and for the first and only time in Lily's life, she saw something inexplicably beautiful. His mouth curved, the corners pushing into his cheeks. His entire face changed as his huff turned into a lively sound, like a coughing spell and singing at the same time. A laugh. Lily lifted her chilled fingers to her face, delicately touching her own lips that dared to tip up the way his had all those years ago. Then at the back door came a clicking and scratching at the wood. Her heart dropped, and her skin prickled. What light had come vanished in the same moment. Lily turned slowly, peering over her shoulder at the tiny window by the door. A shadow lumbered by, heavy and wheezing, fogging the glass. She kept her eyes on the beast and reached for the picture, snatching it from the icebox. Her hand tightened, crumpling the image of Harold that distant afternoon. He had dared her to smile, to laugh, to live, but at what cost? My people can read, he had said. Do you know how to do that? No, I can teach you. When he'd sat on the fallen tree and taken from his bag an old book, she wasn't sure what to make of it. There were strange markings on the pages, and they didn't mean anything to her. This one is called Where the Red Fern Grows. I won't tell you what it is about. You have to learn to read to find out. I don't think I can ever learn how to do this, she had said as she stared blankly at the page. You can do it, Harold had affirmed with more confidence than she felt she deserved. And every time you read a page, I will let you ask me one question about myself, and I will give you the honest answer. It had taken most of the day to read the first page, but it had also afforded her enough time to think of what to ask. For sure, she had decided he was not one of them, not one of her own, and was an outsider. But then, who was he exactly? Where are you from? The name of your land, I mean. Lag, he said with a thick accent, words and letters sliding together in a way that prickled up her spine. Lily gasped, then buried her nose in the book again. Hours dragged by before she had read another page. She set it down and looked at him stern and empty. If you are from that land, Lag, her pronunciation sloppy, then does that mean you are one of them? Sedigue? Yes. Then why do you not look like them? She had asked the next morning. I was born half of yours and half of mine. Is that why your face can change? She had asked by mid-afternoon. Yes. Won't they come if you show yourself that way? She had asked by the evening. No. And what about me? Lily had asked late that night. What about you? Harold smiled, sitting beside her and looking over the page next to be read. Do you mean, will they come if you show yourself in my way? If I show myself in that way, to you. Harold had not been asked anything so specific before. He turned his head, looking her in the eyes, tracing the soft, unchanged lines of her face to her lips. They had never known a smile, and if they did, he knew it would only live for a moment before it was stolen away. They would come, and that night they did. That night, the door split open, and he was dragged from the warmth of the blankets they shared. That night, he screamed only once before silence spilled all through the house that had been less quiet for the first time in all the years it had stood there. That night, it became only a house again. I will give myself to them before they can ever have you, he had whispered softly against her cheek before their lips first met. Lily's eyes shut as she breathed slowly, listening to the clawed steps drag on the ground outside. She waited, trying to believe it was nearly over, but without him, they would always lurk outside her walls. They knew. She had smiled that night, and they knew it. She was a stain on the isolation they'd deserved for infecting the Sedigue land with their presence. Perhaps she thought it was time to pay for that night and let Harold be free to wander again. A tear slid down her cheek and her chin quivered. As I had a chance to know what it was to feel.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the end of that, but from what I did catch, oh my god. That's. It's like, go on, tell Julie how it ended. I know that look. Is that a we're driving to Jersey look? Yes. That is Artemis Elf's book right there. Fallen Ashen War.
A Tale of Fallen Ashen War.
Okay.
Um, um, um,
You okay?
no. Where the red fern grows.
Yes. No. I that's what I caught before I had to walk out. I know that poem very well.
Book.
Book.
The whole book. Book. The
That
whole
book
book.
will hit you in the
Movie.
feels.
That. I have a mass market paperback of it that I've been carrying around since 1991. That I bought with my own money at the Scholastic Book Fair. I cannot read it because every time I do, I get to a certain point and I'm bawling. I can't see the words on the page. And so that in and of itself, I'm like, oh shit.
I
Artemis
don't
does
think.
not put things in there without reason. It's one of the things she and I have in common with our writing. It does not go in there unless there's a fucking reason.
Very much so.
To me, it sounds like the Setagu are kind of the version of Sasquatch kind of thing. But they know when people have emotions or share emotions or smile or anything else, and she came across Harold, and Harold could laugh, and Harold could smile, and and he taught her how to read. He taught her how to read, and they came for him, and he's half the other thing, half them. So he's, for lack of a better word, a half breed. Um, and he sacrificed himself.
No, that's what I missed.
That's what you missed. Sacrificed himself so that way they wouldn't take her. But ever since they were lurking outside, knowing that she had smiled that night in his arms before they ripped him out of the house. And yeah, mm-hmm, mm-hmm, yep, yep, yep. You know, stab, 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 emotional damage, just
The whole bit. The whole bit.
the whole bit. That was some hella foreshadowing mentioning that book, Artemis. That
It was.
really.
Can't remember if it was ninth grade or 10th grade. I'm pretty sure it was in 8th grade, but it was either freshman year or sophomore year that we read that book in English. And nobody else took it seriously, so to speak. And I'm like, but this happens. It's not right. And
Mm-hmm. Yep.
now I got to go
Yeah.
and see if I can find that on audio. It's the classics for me. Okay, there are certain ones that I have a deep emotional attachment to, and now I've got to go see if we can find it. Like, I have a deep emotional attachment to a lot of movies, but I've never read the books that they're based off of. And then there's a lot of them I have an emotional attachment to the books, and when the movies finally did come out, I was very pissed off about it. Because if you're going to make an adaptation, you need to figure out which way you're going to go with it. Are you going to stay true to the storyline, or are you going to make it something completely different? If you're going to make it something completely different, that's fine. But don't say that this is like a straight on book adaptation, and it's not. Prime example, Blood and Chocolate. Love the book. Did not like the audiobook. I'm going to be straight up about that. I did not like the audiobook. I think that they picked somebody who had too old of a voice for what was supposed to be a 16-year-old character. Yes, there are quite a few adult characters in there, but the voice didn't sound young enough. It literally sounded like a woman in her 30s or 40s telling the story, and it's supposed to be from a 16-year-old's point of view. So that didn't work out well for me. And an audio, and I will be the first one to say, choice of narrator. If the voice is not hitting the way it needs to hit, it can destroy an audiobook. Yep, there it is. Does that still have the plastic on it? Or was
No.
that done?
That was dust.
Okay.
But yep. Like I said, been carrying this around since 91.
I think the last thing I bought from a Scholastic book fair that we could actually afford was Gone with the Wind. And it's because it had the anniversary cover on it. And that's the reason I wanted it.
Yep. All right. So we are
now up to the Anonymous.
Anonymous. Here we go. Our fourth Anonymous at the beginning of the show. So here we go. I've never read this person's work. And again, we are keeping it anonymous until they decide that they would like to be unanonymous. I know that's not a word. It's fine. Okay. Here we go.
We do honor if you submit to us and you want to come in under anonymous or a pen name or whatever, that's what we honor on this show.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Nipper's trying to take off with the dice.
Nipper, no. Okay, here we go. The beginning of the bully. When Ethan first met Paul, Ethan thought he was going to be his biggest supporter. but he turned out to be his biggest bully. Ethan used to believe he understood people. He grew up in a Christian home, the quiet kind, where his mother, Rebecca, prayed every morning over black coffee while his father, Alan, fixed the leaky faucet and hummed to himself. That was before 2013, before the divorce that tore the Cockram household into two quiet, uneven halves. By 2016, Ethan's freshman year of high school, he had learned to live with change, learned to live without his father, learned to live with his mother's new boyfriend, Paul Connolly, a man who, for the first few months, seemed like the rugged, reassuring type. He held the door for Rebecca at diners. He bought Ethan a new pair of sneakers in August. He even attended Ethan's soccer match one Saturday morning, leaning against the bleachers with a smile and a thermos of coffee. But it only takes one moment to reveal the kind of darkness a person carries, and for Ethan, that moment came on a cool October night, his first real run-in with the man he'd grown to fear more than anyone else. The report card. It was a Wednesday evening. The sun had already sunk behind the trees, leaving the sky a pale, bruised purple. The air felt crisp, almost too crisp, like it had been sharpened along the edges. Ethan walked in through the front door around 5:04 p.m., backpack sagging heavily on his shoulders, the printed report card tucked inside the smaller zipper compartment. He had rehearsed what he'd say if Paul asked about it, something truthful but gentle. It wasn't my best quarter, but I'll bounce back. What he didn't expect was Paul sitting on the recliner in the living room, one boot crossed over his knee, a half-empty Coors sitting on a coaster by his elbow. The TV flickered blues across his face, but his attention wasn't on the screen. It was on Ethan. "What's that you got there?" Paul asked, nodding at the paper sticking out of Ethan's backpack. Ethan's stomach dropped. "My report card." "Bring it here." Ethan hesitated. 1 second, maybe less. Just long enough. Paul narrowed his eyes. "I said, bring it here." Ethan's fingers felt numb as he unzipped his backpack and handed over the folded paper. Paul snatched it with a speed that made Ethan flinch. He opened it in one snap of the wrist, eyes scanning the lines, his brow sinking deeper and deeper. Then his face hardened. "We went downhill in history," Paul muttered, tapping the F with his index finger. His voice grew louder. "And he went downhill in math." A humorless laugh escaped him. "That's it," Paul snapped, slamming the paper against his knee. "I'm sending your ass off." The floor seemed to tilt under Ethan's feet. His breath caught in his chest, his heart slammed against his ribs. His mind exploded into panic. Send him off? Where? To who? Why? Nothing made sense. Everything blurred. "Sending me off?" Ethan stuttered, barely able to speak. Paul stood up from the recliner, towering over him, not particularly tall, but somehow larger than the room itself. "Yeah, maybe somewhere they can beat some damn discipline into you." Ethan's throat closed. I thought you would have at least said." Ethan swallowed, tears burning behind his eyes. "Some do better next time, Ethan. Low grades don't get rewards, not—" "Oh, don't you try and put words in my mouth," Paul snapped. "You think I'm here to coddle you? You think life's gonna coddle you?" Ethan blinked, trembling. Paul leaned closer. "You embarrassed me," he hissed. "Your mother talks you up like you're something special, but you're not. Not with these grades, not with that attitude." I "Where are you going to send me?" Ethan whispered. "Huh?" Paul didn't answer. He didn't need to. The silence was enough. Paul turned and walked back to the recliner, settling in as though nothing had happened. Ethan stood frozen, heart thundering in his chest, skin tingling with cold fear. He backed away slowly, careful not to move too quickly, too loudly, too defiantly, and made his way down the hallway to his room. Inside, the door shut with a soft click, and Ethan fell apart. He sat on the edge of his bed, hands shaking, mind replaying Paul's words over and over like a broken tape recorder. I'm sending your ass off. You're not special. You embarrassed me. He didn't realize he was crying until his face felt hot and soaked. He didn't hear his mother at first, not until the door cracked open and Rebecca said softly, Ethan, honey? He kept his head down, wiping at his eyes. What happened? She whispered, stepping inside. He didn't answer. He couldn't. The anger roared inside him, hot, sharp, begging to be unleashed, but fear drowned it out. He wanted to storm into the living room. He wanted to shout at Paul, wanted to shove the report card back in his face. But he knew what Paul was capable of. He knew better. Rebecca placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, but he shook her off, choking back a sob. He's not going to send you anywhere, she whispered. He's stressed. He didn't mean it. But Ethan didn't believe her. Not one word. Not after the way Paul looked at him. By the time he finally lay down, the room felt like it was spinning. His eyes were bloodshot. His chest ached. His head pounded. He cried until his breaths came in shallow, ragged gasps. Sleep eventually found him through exhaustion alone around 1:23 a.m. The next morning, Ethan woke to the harsh, buzzing trill of his alarm at 6:15 a.m. His pillow was damp, his throat dry, his eyes burned. He dressed in silence, hands trembling slightly, before stepping cautiously into the hallway. The air smelled like stale beer and burnt toast. Paul sat at the kitchen table at 6:39 a.m., coffee steaming in his mug, newspaper folded neatly in front of him. Morning sunlight spilled across the room, making every detail too bright, too exposed. Ethan hovered in the doorway. Paul looked up slowly, expression unreadable. Sit. The command came flat and hard. Ethan obeyed, heart pounding. Paul didn't yell this time, but the quiet felt worse. You made me look foolish yesterday, Paul said calmly, turning a page of the newspaper. Those grades reflect on this house, on me, and I won't let you drag us down. Ethan nodded, throat tight. If you keep slipping, Paul continued, taking a long sip of coffee, I'll make sure you're sent off somewhere that'll give you some damn structure. Ethan's hands clenched in his lap. He didn't trust his voice enough to speak. Paul stood, rinsed his coffee mug, and said, Bus'll be here in 10. Don't make your mother worry today. He walked away. Ethan exhaled slowly, shakily. He grabbed his backpack, stepped outside, and waited at the end of the driveway. The air was cold against his skin. His stomach twisted so much he could barely stand still. The bus arrived at 7:11 a.m. He sat near the middle, head down, earbuds in with no music playing. He replayed last night again and again and again. By the time he arrived at school, his nerves were fried. He couldn't focus in first period, couldn't process anything in second. By lunch, students talking in the cafeteria sounded like echoes underwater. In class, the teacher's voice morphed into Paul's. You're not special. You embarrassed me. Your ass is getting sent off. He made it through the day somehow, but it was like dragging himself through molasses. Slow, heavy, exhausting. School became an escape, even if he couldn't concentrate. At least Paul wasn't there. At least the house wasn't watching him with angry, disappointed eyes. But at 3:38 p.m., he stepped off the bus and walked into hell again. The cycle. It happened every day. Every damn day. Paul found reasons to get angry. Reasons so small they were nearly invisible. But he spun them into catastrophes. a forgotten chore, a B minus on a quiz, a shirt not folded the right way, walking too slow, talking too soft, looking too nervous. He berated Ethan the moment he stepped inside. What are you good for? You don't try. You're useless. You're a disappointment. I'm this close to sending you off. The words piled up, one blow after another, like stones mounting on Ethan's chest. Rebecca tried to intervene sometimes. Paul, stop. He's just a kid. He's learning. He's doing his best. But Paul always cut her off. You baby him. That's why he's weak. The word weak began repeating in Ethan's head like a bruise that never healed. Ethan's self-esteem didn't just drop. It shattered. He stopped raising his hand in class, stopped speaking up, stopped looking at himself in the mirror because he couldn't stand seeing the failure Paul claimed he was. He started hunching his shoulders while walking, trying to take up less space, trying not to breathe too loudly, trying not to exist too strongly. His friends noticed the change. Teachers noticed the change. Even the school counselor asked once if things at home were okay. Ethan lied. He didn't want the fallout, didn't want to imagine what Paul would do if someone reported him. The nights became the worst part because at night there was no distraction, only his thoughts, sharp, poisonous, circling like vultures. Sometimes he cried and stopped only when his body gave out. Sometimes he lay awake staring at the ceiling until sunrise. Sometimes he prayed, whispering in the dark, begging for strength, for peace, for anything. But mornings never improved. Paul lectured him before school. Paul belittled him after school. Paul overshadowed every room he entered. And this didn't last a week or a month. It lasted years. From 2016 to 2020, all throughout high school, Paul chipped away at Ethan piece by piece, word by word, threat by threat, until there was almost nothing left to take. By the time graduation rolled around, Ethan didn't feel like a person anymore. He felt like a shadow, something that existed out of obligation, not choice. And Paul's voice lived in his head, always whispering, "You're not good enough. You never were. You never will be." But the thing about being broken is that eventually, somewhere deep inside the cracks, something small and stubborn starts pushing back. It didn't happen all at once. It didn't happen dramatically. It didn't happen the way movies show, where the abused kid suddenly snaps or delivers a perfect monologue that changes everything. It started quietly, so quietly Ethan didn't recognize it at first. A thought, a question, a single moment of doubt. What if Paul is wrong about me? The question struck him during his senior year, on a night like any other, one of those evenings where Paul had torn into him for something trivial, this time for not mowing the lawn evenly. Ethan had retreated to his room, sitting on the floor with his back against the bed frame, knees pulled to his chest. His mind spun, repeating the ugly words Paul had thrown at him. But somewhere in that mental storm, he remembered something his father had told him years earlier, back when the world felt gentler. You're allowed to grow into who you are, Ethan. You don't need permission to be good. It wasn't much, just a sentence tucked in an old memory. But it felt different, like a small lantern flickering in the dark. He didn't dare tell anyone about it, not even himself. Not yet. A thought like that was dangerous. If Paul ever sensed Ethan slipping out from under his thumb, he'd tighten his grip. Still, the thought stayed, small, persistent, quietly rebellious. The breaking point, 2019. Sophomore year was the worst. Junior year was numb. Senior year was when things changed. Not because Paul got better. Not because Rebecca finally woke up. Not because life magically shifted. It happened because Ethan finally couldn't take being invisible anymore. One afternoon in early spring, Ethan stayed after school to work on a group project in the library. It wasn't anything special, just a poster board, some markers, and a half-interesting topic about renewable energy. But for 2 hours, he laughed. Actually laughed. Something he hadn't done freely in months. When he walked out of the building and realized he had missed the bus, a familiar dread crawled up his spine. Paul would be furious. He considered walking home, but it would take more than an hour. He considered calling his mother, but she rarely picked up during work. He considered simply disappearing into the neighborhood for a while, delaying the inevitable. But he chose option 4, the truth. He texted Paul. Missed the bus. Was working on a project. Walking home. The reply came seconds later. You better run. You better get home before I do. And if you're lying, you'll regret it. Ethan felt the air leave his lungs. He started walking fast, then jogging, then outright sprinting. His legs burned. His throat stung. His vision blurred from the cold wind cutting across his face. He ran like someone being chased, because in a way, he was. By the time he reached the house, sweating, panting, stomach twisting, Paul wasn't home yet. Ethan collapsed on his bedroom floor, heart hammering so loudly he thought it might bruise his ribs. He waited and waited. And when Paul finally walked through the front door, the house went silent. Ethan braced himself. Paul down the hallway. Ethan tensed. The door flew open. Paul's face twisted in disgust. You think I'm stupid? I had a project. Don't lie to me. I'm not. Paul grabbed Ethan by the collar, not hard enough to injure, but hard enough to terrify. Ethan's breath caught. I'll send you off so fast, Paul growled. You won't even have time to pack. Something snapped in Ethan then. Not a rebellion, not anger, just pure exhaustion. He closed his eyes and whispered, barely audible, okay. Paul froze. What? Okay, Ethan repeated softly. Do what you want. For the first time, Paul looked unsettled, like Ethan had broken some unspoken script Paul relied on. Paul let go, muttered something under his breath, and stormed out. But Ethan stayed there, on the floor, breathing shakily, and the thought returned. What if Paul is wrong about me? The final year with Paul. The months that followed weren't easier. If anything, Paul's insults grew more vicious, more desperate. Rebecca apologized more, tiptoed more, defended less. But Ethan's internal world was beginning to shift. The thought kept growing. Not loud, not proud, just steady. He started participating in class again, quietly, cautiously. Teachers noticed. One of them, Mrs. Keller, pulled him aside after a presentation and said, You've got a sharp mind, Ethan. Don't hide it. He almost cried right there, not because of the compliment, but because she said it so simply, like it was a fact, something unquestionable, something true. He held on to her words the way a drowning person clings to a floating board. At home, Paul's voice still tore into him. You're useless. You're weak. You won't last a day in college. You can barely handle this house. How are you going to handle the real world? But the insults didn't carve as deep. They still hurt, crushed him even, but they didn't define him in quite the same way. He started imagining life without Paul, without fear, without waking up sick to his stomach, without walking on eggshells so sharp they cut his confidence every step. The idea felt impossible, and yet some part of him dared to want it. Graduation night, 2020. Graduation day should have felt triumphant. For most kids, it did. The gym was filled with laughter, with caps decorated in glitter, with families cheering and clapping and taking blurry photos. Ethan sat among his classmates, hands clasped, heart pounding. He wasn't excited. He wasn't relieved. He felt something else, something heavier, something final. This was the end of high school, but nothing ended for him. Not yet. Not at home. After the ceremony, Rebecca hugged him tightly, tears in her eyes. Paul clapped him once on the back and said, Well, you didn't screw this up. Good job. Ethan forced a smile, but inside something cracked. When he got home, he went to his room, closed the door, and stared at his diploma, a piece of paper. But it felt like a start, a promise. And for the first time in years, he let himself imagine leaving, actually leaving. A life where his thoughts were his own, where his voice wasn't overshadowed by Paul's. He didn't know how or when, but he knew one thing with absolute certainty. He couldn't stay. He wasn't a shadow. He wasn't useless. He wasn't weak. Not anymore. And Paul, the biggest bully he had ever known, didn't get the final say in who he would become.
Big round of applause for Anonymous 4. I will see if I can't coax this writer into continuing. I'm upset now. Nipper won't leave me alone. Um,
Oh,
the anonymous, yeah. Shay, you missed that one, but
at least there's the replay and the rebroadcast on YouTube after. Um,
right.
holy hell. I was fine. I was fine. It hit me in the gut. It hit me in the heart. It was way too close to home. But then you don't need permission to be good. Fuck, if somebody had told me that. Oh, holy hell.
My
Holy
emotional
hell.
support boiling. Yeah, it's like we're group hugging it right now. It's
We
like everybody.
we are totally group hugging. Holy hell.
So yeah, we just.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
Uh-huh. So, I think right now is as good a any as any to take a moment. We are halfway through the submissions for this evening. We're
yeah.
just gonna take a moment. Um,
Everybody, just take a breath. You know what?
take a
Hydrate or digest.
breath.
Now
Yep.
is a good time
Yep.
if you need to refill your drinks, snacks, blow your
Yep.
nose, go scream into a pillow. Now would be a good time to do that. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of an intermission. It just grab a snack. Yeah, get some water. Go potty. Um, convince your emotional support kitten that you're fine. Because my emotional support kitten does not believe I'm fine. I do not know where the other three are, or the other two are either. So I mean, they might be in there with little man. Oh, I would like to say, well, a few of us know who Anonymous Four is. I'm actually the only one who actually knows who Anonymous Four is. Um, please keep writing. Please, from the bottom of my heart, keep doing it. Because, like Izzy will tell everybody, my writing is my therapy. I just get paid for it in the end. And regardless, you are loved, you are wanted, and now you've been adopted. So it all kind of works out. So, I am really trying hard right now to breathe. Breathing is a good thing. It's not working out that great over here though. I'm not sure what an anonymous costume looks like either, B, but I'm probably certain it looks like a raccoon in a trench coat though. Giant A. No, no, you missed it. Go back. Guy Fox. Yeah, Guy Fox would. Yeah, it is. It is warm in here, but I'm getting a cold breeze off the window, but it's only hitting the bottom of my legs. So it's like I'm hot and cold at the same time. It's not pretty. Yeah, I think it's just a raccoon stuffed in a trench coat. I mean, Bubba, what do you think Anonymous would look like? A raccoon stuck in a trench coat? What was that raccoon from when we were kids? The one that had the purple hat and had the. Oh my God. Yeah, that could work. I put my coffee mix in my chocolate milk. It's really not helping. Personally, I'm just trying to use up the jobby stuff so it didn't go to waste. But at the same time, if you put too much in, it's got a really funky aftertaste. If you put too little in, you can't taste it at all. Who else is French in the chat? Leon, you're not going to guess who Anonymous is. I love you, and I believe in all of the French.
Okay.
But by the way, Anonymous said he's very sorry. I said, don't worry about it.
Nothing to be sorry about.
Accomplishment, you don't realize that you broke Izzy on the first fucking go.
Oh. Holy fuck. Whew.
I'm still having issues over here, so just kind of like ignore me for a moment.
Oh, we're all good. Whew. Now over on the YouTube, well, and in here, right? I ran it through the thing that posts to both, and yeah, I said everybody ready for a crazy night, and I didn't realize just how crazy it was going to be.
Look, but we say we don't disappoint over here. That's the whole thing. We don't disappoint. When we say that it's going to be a crazy damn night, and hankies, drinks, hydration is very fucking important. Stress balls,
Yes.
something you can yell into. Everything like that. It's something major. And
Yes. Vincent Price. Yes, please tell me the exact moment your heart shattered. It's for science.
well, here's the kicker. It's like, I will tell you, but you're gonna have to spin the fucking Rolodex on which day, what time. I
Right?
can narrow it down.
All right. Here we go. And we've got another emotional support kitty right there, showing her butt off to the world right there. Okay. And next up, Leon, how you feeling about following that up?
Yeah, I was about to say. And next up is Leon. Okay. Uh,
You wanted to do hashtag break Izzy. Izzy already broke. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, we ready for Leon? Because Leon's is entitled Tentacules Are Not Real.
no. Okay. And Leon, no, you don't. You get your butt back in here and sit your little French butt in the frickin' chair.
3. I was sitting at my usual bar, a cold night of November, chaining a few beers with a bit of cherry syrup and lemonade. They call that a Monaco, I heard. I like to drink a few beers and just get home after that. That is pretty aggressive, and I like to reward myself after one quiet day doing what I'm supposed to do and nothing else. This week, I have an appointment with my doctor. The usual thing that I've been doing for the last 2 years, really, just talking about my feelings and getting a prescription. I am good as long as I keep my rhythm going and not skip some days. I work in a wood company. Canada has so much wood, trees everywhere. I actually like to take them down. I can swing an axe with the best of them or use a chainsaw. Those are not even tools for me. Those are things of art. I like to spend time cleaning and assembling back my chainsaw, make sure it is oiled and perfect. Also, let's be honest, that specific usage with trees is not only legal, but also grants me enough money to rent my small apartment and get the few furniture I need to live. I have a little shrine at home. Sometimes I speak to mother, but these days she doesn't talk back anymore. 4. The girls were giggling at the back of my usual pub. I had never seen them. They were wearing skirts and summer tops, like if it wasn't snowing for almost 2 months already here. I looked at the barman. What's their deal? I said. I don't know. They arrived half an hour ago, spent time changing in the toilets. Then they popped here like that. Maybe influencers or something. The barman replied. I tried to ignore them as much as I could. I was only there to drink my few beers, anyways. But this seemed very strange. After some time, the blonde one came to the bar asking for more drinks. I couldn't really ignore her and was watching from the corner of my eyes. She must have noticed it and covered the distance, sliding her elbows along the bar and turned her head right next to me. You were looking at me, Sasquatch? She said in a malicious way. Ahem, I said, clearing my throat awkwardly. I didn't mean to. I added. Yeah, don't try, perv. I know your type. And walked away back to her table. I was whiter than I usually am. I absolutely didn't mean anything, but having some curiosity about the girl's presence, I could hear them laughing hard, making gestures at me. I decided to finish my drink and just leave, which I was about to do when the brunette appeared on my way. Hey, who are you? She said. I'm nobody, I replied, trying to make my way around her. Oh, come on. Don't go so soon. My girl can be nasty sometimes. Let us apologize. Come take a drink with us, she said. I was compelled to do it. At this point, I'm pretty sure she would have followed me outside if I tried, which I wouldn't care much, but it would have brought much unnecessary attention to me, so I complied reluctantly. 1. After I spent the winter at the cabin, hunting what I could and hoping nobody would come, I decided to eventually move north and go to Canada through the mountains. It was surprisingly easy to pass, and I could still power on my phone from which I had removed the SIM card and check my GPS position on the maps I had conveniently downloaded before that. I was making my way to a small city and decided to steal a car there and drive west for a while to the center of Canada, which is more isolated and more remote than the Great Lakes region. Eventually found this little city called L'Orange, used the few money I had on a motel and found myself a little job cutting wood. Close enough to my current skill set, I would say. I took a new name there, although to be very honest, people didn't even really care that much about names around here, I thought. What a perfect place to just get some normalcy going on and get a rhythm. I found myself a psych consult telling half truths about myself because I was very aware that there were a lot of people that could be still looking for me. I rebuilt myself, got my act together, waiting for something to happen. Life had been throwing me curveballs so often I wasn't expecting anything good or bad, but I was definitely deserving of something good after all, despite what mother would have to say about that. 5. I sat at their table. The blonde girl was looking straight into my eyes. If she had been a dragon, I would have been melted on the spot. How weird was it that the other one would invite me and suggest they would apologize? She wasn't having any of it, and it was very obvious in her eyes. Hey, against Sasquatch, you do know she's getting you here just to piss me off, right? She said. If you don't want me here, I can go, I replied in an appeasing tone. No, it's fine. You know, you could actually be cute if you made any effort, she said with a smile that looked like a predator about to jump my throat. Easy, Izzy. Why are you always going so fast? Just take some time, girl. We having a drink, talking like normal adults and seeing where it leads us, okay? Said the brunette. For starters, just because I was born blonde, does this look blonde? Anyway, I'm fine. I'm fine. I was honestly feeling so deeply uneased. All I could think about was what the fuck was I hearing and watching? And what the fuck was I doing here at this point? But also, part of me was wanting to know what would happen. So you are here as tourists? I said, feeling the risk the question could generate. Nah, we are here on family affairs. My girl here, Denisha, inherited around here and has to deal with it, said the blonde one. I'm sorry for your loss, I said mechanically, as a reflex, understanding it was a story about grief. It's okay. It's a part of life, right? Denisha said. I acquiesced as the barman was coming our way, while Izzy had been making gestures to tell him to come like an angry kid. Yes, do you want more drinks? Said the barman. Yes, bring us some shots. This place is cold. We need the liquor, said Izzy. Rum is okay, the barman said. Sure, bring us 5 each and keep them coming, Izzy said. Denisha was looking at me with her blue eyes, pouting as a reaction to Izzy's attitude. She was smiling at me, her head rested on both of her knuckles. I couldn't help but remind myself of a time I would have dreamed of meeting a girl like that. Falling in love wouldn't be that hard. I just required a gentle nudge, even though she was a bit younger than me. The shots arrived, and I wasn't thinking any more of a way to leave, and went along with the situation. 2. I got myself a small rental in the town center and a cheap car. I bought myself a bed, a TV, some clothes, some products to clean myself up, shaved, cut my own hair, and made myself into something else. The news barely talked about my stuff. Changing countries will make that. But I still heard about it some night. A killer still running somewhere in the USA was the title. They managed to link what happened at the cafe. They said 2 cops died that night, and a girl was crushed by something unnaturally strong. Anne, I didn't forget about her. I was so sorry about what happened. I didn't mean to hurt her. It just happened. But I didn't get why they were saying 2 cops. I remember that old cop, but could it be that the Italian was a cop as well? They also linked the truck stop and the furniture shop, so that means they had understood at this point that I was aiming for the mountain. But I had been careful, so I wouldn't expect them to find me so soon, and especially not where I was now. Mother was agreeing with me for once, the little shrine I had built with a mirror and candles. Boy, you lost them, Mother said. I hope. They won't understand why I did what I did, I replied. Nobody will understand you like I did, son. That's the exact reason why I didn't like you, she added. I know you don't think that. How could a mother not love her own son? I chuckled. With style, that's how I did it. Always getting in trouble, always forcing us to move. You were the death of me, she said with a gnarling tone I knew all too well. I don't like it when you are like that. I'll leave you be now, Mother, I concluded. We were having these conversations less and less. I was taking the meds Dr. Matthew had been giving me, and I felt more and more peaceful, although at stressing times I would require to supplement myself to avoid being in crisis. 7. The spider was on my lap, a cute little hairy black spider with thick legs, except she had the head of my mother set on its back, watching me straight in the eyes. It looks like you're in trouble there. Can I help? Said Mother on the spider. What? I grumbled. My eyes had the hardest time opening. I was feeling a pressure as if my head was overflowing, electricity, and forcing my eyelid closed. Just open your damn eyes, son. That's unless you don't want to live, Mother on Spider said. I started lifting my head up. I was on a chair, and I was restrained by snakes around my body. Or were they tentacles? I couldn't say. I was feeling them beating around me with their elasticity, and their humidity made my shirt soaked in a wet mess. I had no clue what the tentacles wanted. The room was bright directly above me, but darker everywhere else. Just stop this nonsense, boy. These tentacles are not real, Mother Spider said. Uh, I said as I was slowly coming out of it. I could hear people talking. We got him. We got him. We actually got him. We actually got that fucker, Izzy said with a level of excitation that was both concerning and frightening. Yes, we do, baby. After all this time, we do. Denisha replied, kissing Izzy in full mouth. I still need to talk to him, before I get the cops involved, Denisha said. The gravity in her voice was very evident. She looked at me and realized I was waking up from whatever happened there, made a gesture to Izzy, who went to sit in the back and approached me. She smacked me right in the face and started to look at me again with those blue eyes. Why do you keep looking at me like that? I demanded, not even reacting to that smack. I told you, I'm not the person you think I am, she answered in a very ominous way. I was now almost completely awake and looking straight at her beautiful blue eyes. Then who are you and why the hell am I restrained on this damn chair exactly? I said. Oh, I think the why you already know. But sure, I'll tell you what my real name is. My real name is Sydney. 6. We had already ordered about 3 times the same 5 shots each order, and I was really starting to feel the buzz despite having a pretty high tolerance for it. The 2 girls didn't seem to be caring. I was entirely, completely lost, but I was feeling an attraction. Denisha had been looking at me, trying to decipher me, I believe, while Izzy was acting like a menace, being more and more erratic as the night would advance. At one point, Izzy challenged me to arm wrestle her out of nowhere. Come on, Sasquatch. What do you got to lose? Your ego? She said. I don't think it's a fair fight. Look at you. You're just a tiny blonde thing. That tiny blonde thing gonna wreck your sorry ass. Come on, try me. You really want to go there? Yes. What about you? Come on, put your elbow on the table and let's see. Maybe the alcohol was doing its thing, or maybe I felt a need to prove something. I arranged my elbow on the table in front of her. Oh, you think I will touch you? Like, really? She said, showing me once more how she liked to just do exactly the opposite of anything I thought she would do, which in turn made me laugh. I took my elbow off the table with a smirk. Denisha was laughing about the entire scene, quietly sipping her shots instead of just hitting them. So, what does a strong man like you do around here? I noticed your accent. You are American, aren't you? She said. Yes, I'm from South there. I'm mostly cutting trees down, enjoying nature around here. I like the quiet, I replied, trying as best as I can, not saying too much about anything, but enough so she can keep talking to me. I liked how she was talking to me with those blue eyes and those red cheeks. I'm glad you stayed. You are funnier than you look, she added. I'm glad you are glad. Too bad you are not staying around, I said, almost not hiding my flirty intentions. I could be convinced. You could show me how you take down a tree. I could even teach you how to do it yourself, but I think you might know your way around wood already, wouldn't you? I know many things. Maybe we could teach each other. It felt like the room was getting smaller and smaller at that point. The way she smiled, those eyes, the shots, I felt dizzier and dizzier. I'm not the person you think I am. Maybe it's time you show us your apartment. We got to talk a little. Right before I started to lose consciousness, I remember walking out with one girl under each arm. Eight. Sydney. I had no clue about anyone named Sydney. As I was recovering from whatever happened at that bar, I was feeling my restraints. Those were simply put around my chest and directly against the top of the chair. My arms were tied to the back, but I sensed I could slip my right arm slowly and free it, so I made her talk a little. Lying and tying people into their own place. Do you know what kind of trouble you are in, ladies? I said, obviously bluffing. I don't think you realize, bastard. We got you. You are the guy who killed my father and my grandfather, and we caught you. You are going to fry now. You are mistaken. I did no such thing. What are you even talking about? You killed 3 people in a cafe. One girl, my father, and my grandfather in his cop uniform. Then you escaped and killed 3 more in a truck diner north. Then you killed one poor lady more, and you spent the winter in a cabin. You went to Canada, stole a car, and eventually got here. You look very different, but it's you. I know it. We found you, and now you will pay. Okay, I said after marking a pause. You got me, I said as I was freeing my right arm and caught her by the throat and threw her against the wall. Izzy, or whatever her real name was, courageously ran at me, but I caught her head in my hand and threw her against the other wall, and she fell unconscious to the ground. I went to the kitchen and grabbed a knife. It was one of those bread knives with teeth that are really just used for that specific purpose, and thought it would have to do. Went to that Denisha Sydney girl laying on the floor. She was still conscious but couldn't talk, and she was still watching me with those blue eyes. Don't worry, your girl is alive for now, I said as I was setting the knife against her throat. But then I paused and thought, she wanted revenge. She is not that wrong. She failed, but I also liked her somehow. Maybe I'll let her live this time so she can get another shot later. And in the meantime, I'll have to learn who she really is. I put the knife away, grabbed her bag, and walked outside and started to walk again. Dun dun dun.
Leon, you got a lot of room to talk here, man.
So there's this thing we crazy people do. We don't let our crazy out right away. We ease people into it.
I mean, I didn't ease anybody into my crazy, but if you came already over here, you already knew what the hell you were getting. Just saying.
Here's something that I very 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 much like about what Leon has done with these. It's the bouncing back and forth,
It
right?
does keep you off kilter.
It keeps you off kilter to where you're like, wait, what's this? What's this? What's this? Now, granted, when I muted my mic and I was screaming at the top of my lungs, oh my god, it's the serial killer! Oh my god, it's the serial killer! Like
Now, I did not see that twist but it's like her father and her grandfather.
Yeah. Nope. I remember once I was like, two cops. Hold on, what are we talking about? I was right there with the killer, right? Going, two cops. But apparently one of the guys was not in uniform back at the diner.
Oh. Okay, that's a horse of a different color.
That's a horse of a different color. But the back and forth. Now, of course, obviously, if this were all in the same book, right, there would be some assumption of who the I is, right? But that was a freaking like, oh shit, we're now past that other thing. But then it went back to the getting across the border, and then it went back to the bar, and then it went back to, and it just, the whole off kilter kind of thing was like, dude, like this is kind of, am I in the past? Am I in the present? What is the present? Right? What yeah, past is prologue? Like holy shit.
No, I'm with you with that. And another thing that I'm like, I'm
Right, B?
sitting here going, are we inside the serial killer's head? What made these two bitches? And again, I said that earlier. Rude. Like, if you're trying to lure somebody out, being rude is not the way to fucking do that. Okay, you catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. I said what I said. And in that same point, first of all, how were they able to track him? Because if he's basically just roaming,
Yeah,
he
I don't know.
tracker on him and he's not aware of it. Which I wouldn't see how that works because he's changed clothes, changed appearance. There has to be something that he's doing that is giving him away.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
So, yeah, I've got theories, but nothing concrete.
okay, I thought I saw something on one of my screens here. I see Kitter themed bed warmer over there, Izzy? Oh, Star Psycho. Star Psycho Kraus. Okay, I got it. I'm tracking. I'm like, bed warmer. What? I oh I mean I
We just got a lot of
just
ups and downs so far tonight. It's
just we're writers, okay, for anybody who slides in, out, or comes across this and like fast forwards and you happen to stop here in the rebroadcast. We're writers, we write fiction. Do we put some of our own selves in our fiction and then exaggerate the hell out of it? Yes, yes, we do. Although sometimes we kind of wonder about some of our little family here. But that's besides the point.
yeah. If
We're
you
writers. It's fiction.
and Promptcast.
Yes, 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 yes. We're writers. We're authors. Just. Yeah. Anonymous 4 was a very tough act to follow. And I don't know how you said it took. You took all the things that I hate and put them into one story. Like, I mean, do I feel a little targeted? Number one, being called blonde. No offense to the blondes out there. It's just I don't pull it off. So, uh, uh,
it,
I mean, and spiders. Like, you didn't go crazy into the spiders. And you didn't go crazy into the tentacles. It was the way Kesh wrote the slime going down her throat. Like,
okay, I didn't need that image tonight. Thank you. We've had enough freaking emotional damage tonight. And we're not even done yet.
We are not done yet. But the thing is that when my own bestie in the whole wide motherfucking world, a couple of weeks ago, I literally said, "Do you even read aloud what you submit?" And she's like, yeah, I do. But then that happened, and I'm like, you want to try me again? Well, it didn't sound that bad when I read it. Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. Look, I'm a dramatic reader, all right? Y'all have been hounding me to become a narrator, do a voiceover acting, whatever. I'm not going to. But I'm sorry. Yes, I'm going to make your horrific shit sound horrific. I'm going to make your sad shit sound sad. I'm going to make your happy shit sound happy. I'm going to make your smexy shit sound schmexy. Okay? So I do recommend everybody read their shit aloud before they send it in. And go, do I really want to hear Izzy say this?
Most of us will say
Okay.
yes. Yes, we do.
Leon, that smexy is the scary that isn't that I mean, okay, we may fall asleep to serial killer podcasts and true crime podcasts, but and we may read smexy, smutty shit that we would not accept in real life at all. So that the smexy you pulled off in there is really, really, really disturbing. Just putting it out there.
Yeah, it is. Okay, but unfortunately, we still have 4 more submissions tonight.
Yes, yes, we do. And so next up is Stavros. And I am super happy because, like I said last time we got this particular couple, I don't like the main couple in her books. I don't, but I don't like the rough draft version of them. Who knows when I finally get to the book. So this week we get more of Jetta and Braxton with that lovely bombshell last time of a failed pregnancy. So, these are the same characters, the guards of the Lord and Lady. Wait a minute. Oh, looks like we just added. Okay, it's highlighted. Start here. Thank you. Whew. Okay. Braxton had always been a quiet man. When taking care of animals, words aren't necessary. Dealing with idiots, less so. He never gave others the thought of a response until he met Jetta. Her straightforward, brutally honest nature stuck out like a sore thumb at first. He would bicker with her about semantics when it was something that never crossed his mind to do before. Her response was to raise hell and almost kick his ass. He hadn't thought himself masochistic, yet when Jetta threatened his family jewels, he couldn't help feeling like exactly what that maid had innocently asked him as they guarded Lady Kalita and Lord Dominic. "Are you two married?" the maid had asked. Jetta had responded so violently no, you would think it an insult, but Braxton had been watching her face. The color of pink bloomed on her pale skin and tickled her ears as she vehemently rejected the notion. His chest swelled at the idea, but most of all, a surge of amusement at how cute Jetta could be. She put on this front of brutish violence, but secretly she hugged children tenderly and picked flowers from fields. Not that he could ever mention it to her. Alice would love her. Braxton's stoic stare twitched into a smile for a split second. His elderly parents and sister were left all alone to tend for the farm. He had been helping to tend to the farm until a servant of the newly demoted Duke Sullivan had called for his sister. He had demanded that if they couldn't pay their taxes, that Alice would have to come live with that wretched man as payment. So Braxton joined the Crescent League, the only faction that seemed to care enough about the average folk. Fortunately, his abilities to till the fields and birth baby animals made training easy. His strength transferred over quickly. His ability to pick up on things by watching helped mostly, though it was the only way for him to learn. When on the farm, there wasn't any use for him to learn how to read, and they always stupefied him anyways. An orientation day for newbies at Crescent League had been when Braxton first met Jetta. She wore the Crescent League cloak, even though the rest hadn't earned theirs, the sign of an orphan adopted into the faction younger than normal. Her almond eyes shone with the sharpness of steel, and her thick black hair tied high and tight. The first thought Braxton had, what would it feel like to comb his fingers into her hair loose? Starting off, he hadn't had one job with Jetta, and Braxton only glimpsed her in passing. Then in meetings, she would make her opinions clear. She would vote for the underdog over and over. He found himself engaging before he realized what he was doing. Braxton didn't have anything against helping the less fortunate, but sometimes the ideas she suggested were too idealistic. Then, in a blink of an eye, he was scouted by Lord Dominic and hired on as his personal guard. His banter with Jetta only became more entertaining as time progressed. With Jetta hired on as Lady Kalita's guard, his interactions were more, leading to a moment when they were alone. It started with a kiss. They had been arguing again, and then, out of nowhere, Jetta grabbed his face. He had watched her retreating form running away when the sound of footsteps spooked her, then the brushing of hands, feet, or legs. Jetta started to shift closer to him unknowingly, all while they kept themselves to their duties. Suddenly, they were finding spaces to kiss between shifts. The two couldn't keep their hands off the other. "Why do you keep looking at me like that?" she demanded. "I told you, I'm not the person you think I am." After the night Jetta and Braxton had made love, she was determined to shut him out. claiming she was a fraud, claiming she didn't deserve his love. If there was one thing his quiet nature was good for, it was listening. He heard her insecurity and her fear, but he couldn't help until she let him in. He stared down at Jetta, still on the ground from where she slipped on a mud puddle. If it had been someone else, if he loved someone else, Braxton would have swooped her up off the ground. Except his Jetta didn't want help. In fact, a twitch of a smile played at his lips at the idea of the hell she would raise if he helped her. You look like you're in trouble there. Need some help? Braxton asked. Jetta shot a fiery glare. Do you wish to be a eunuch? Dun dun dun.
Okay, first off, I understand the whole let me do it myself. I don't need anybody. But rude. Is he's got to go bring over the chair. It's like, it's just too much to it.
Oh. This standing desk has been the absolute most fantastic thing that I had ever bought. It used to be over there in the corner or in the alcove because I stand, I sit, I stand, I sit, I stand, I sit.
I do the hokey pokey and I move myself around. As I've actually watched you do. Not necessarily the hokey pokey, but I have watched you, sit there and dance around when you.
Yeah. We're not going to talk about my dancing around when I'm on my YouTube playlist. All right. I don't know. Braxton seemed a little creepy at first.
He does. He
Seemed a little
seemed,
creepy and a little.
and I think it's because we're missing context.
We are missing context. We're missing a lot of context, and that's it. It's fine.
Oh,
Things will all.
Tish.
Hey, how far are we? We got 4 left. 4 left? 3 left. Yeah, and I don't know. There's just and it's probably the culture that is being written into the world, and don't take any offense to this, Stavros, but the culture, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. It's I don't know what it is about it. Uh, Last submission about Jetta and Braxton, which and now I remember Jetta from before. She like was saving Kalita from something, or I've got this mental image in my head of uh protecting her in some room with moonlight coming in. I don't know. Anyway, maybe I dreamed that.
I think it was the library.
No, it was like Kalita was in her room or something, and Jetta was trying to protect her. It was a long time ago. But yeah, I don't know. Braxton last submission, he sent her that letter. It was very sexy and romantic and everything. And this time it's almost like obsessive.
Yeah. Almost gagged me, but
Watching
not gagged me.
right. And then, but I do like the fact that apparently, this is from Braxton's POV, third person, but Braxton's POV, and Jenna's the one who made the first move. They were arguing, and I've done that, arguing with somebody and whatnot, and then like just grabbing them and kissing them. So it just gets them to shut the fuck up. Anyhoozle, up next, Baby B herself down there in the comments, running her mouth, going, "Oh my God, you guys are all killing me! I want all these books." Now she's up next. Bebop Thunderfoot. Unless we've changed the name. I didn't think so. No, I'm not going to leave you alone. Yeah, I kind of figured you were going to. And yes, this does need some editing. She realizes it, but look at that stunning, beautiful rainbow gold cover. It just. All right, ready, folks? Here we go. His body willed him to action, pulse rising, nerves frayed, and his eyes aching. Bricks denied it. He stayed in place, convincing himself it wasn't her, and breathed. It's not her. It's not her. He tightened his grip on the eye. Darling, what has happened? A loud voice bolstered through the alley. What the fuck do you mean? The woman's reply was cool and patronizingly slow. Those markings, the brand, that seal around her neck. He became silent. Bricks heard his breath and slowed it. Footfalls moving in a slow, deliberate circle clacked the floor. Her voice returned, detached and bitter. Someone must have used quite the energy for this, used all of their energy to bind her. It sounded as if she was knelt low. A screeching, slow shout made Bricks jerk. What the fuck does that mean? The mark swelled with energy and permeated Bricks's mind. He could hear heels again and a disappointed sigh. Only ancients have that power. It means we need to think really, really hard before we do something else stupid. The man who tried to leave cautiously asked, So, we are keeping her? Neurotic lost his shit. Fuck this! Furious Boots stormed away from the window. The energy Bricks had been feeling slammed against him. Instinctively, he snapped to prone. A struggling wail, wet and bubbly, was muted by splintered cracks of flesh. A heavy thud. Her heels calmly receded. No one spoke. Bricks waited, concentrating on the cold, slick stones beneath him. He could feel the men's fear. Fear water trickled and a warm song hummed distantly. Far water trickled and a warm song hummed distantly. She clacked back into the room. Now, either of you want to leave too? No answer. Light-hearted, she spoke, moving closer to the window above Bricks. Good. Candor, you go make dinner. J-Love, you're gonna help me. Candor, the first voice Bricks had heard from the window, curtly responded, Yeah, I'll start on dinner. His movements sounded stiff as they disappeared from the room. An off-colored light flickered to life down the alley. Bricks gingerly shifted his body to kneel again. Clanks and sharp crashes reverberated as Candor fussed and screamed. Bricks felt sad. He felt the loathing and pain with each clash and Candor's angry murmurs. It won't last forever. The woman started moving things in the room. She dragged something heavy, let out a huff, and softly spoke. Bricks assumed it was the girl she spoke to. He couldn't understand what she said, but the tone was poisonous. His anger flushed. It isn't her. She is dead. The king killed her along with the others. She died. The last word crept from his lips in a whisper, and quietly he worried she had heard. Dinril, the former king of Tatzel, glimpsed his reflection. Well, her reflection from the window. He glowered. Fucking witch. I wish I could do more to desecrate your body. His soured stare moved to Jay. The pathetic human was the only one Dinril could trust, full of ripe fear and aware of his fragility. Candor, on the other hand, he follows, but he also can't remember who he is. If he were to remember, Dinril refocused. Jay anxiously watched him. Okay, Dinril clapped. Here's what you're going to do. I need you to gather some things for me. Can you do that? Jay nodded once. Dinril's smile grew. Perfect. You'll have to find a new gate. We have 4 hours here, but in the gate you'll have only 2. Understand? Another nod. Dinril's demeanor slipped. You can fucking speak, can't you? The lanky dimwit stammered. Yes, I can. I only have 2 hours. I understand, ma'am. The term of address boiled Dinril's patience, but he couldn't explain that. Could he? Dinril's forced smile unnerved Jay more. Wonderful, Jay. Take the list and search for Piker. He will take you to the gate. Jay nodded and gently removed the list from Dinril's hand. As Jay fumbled backwards through the doorframe and left, Dinril brought his clawed fist down against the table. The clamor made Candor rush down the hall. He peered in, assessed the room, and met Dinril's eyes. For a moment, Candor considered something, then turned back down the hall. Fuck! Dinril's strategies faded and memories began to conjure. His escape. The that hunted him to every corner of the world and the worlds beyond. The only action he had left was her, the false mother, or true mother to some. Dragons were easier to search for. Took 40 years to find her. Dinril's body was weak. He wasn't able to replenish, and his mind lulled more after each gate passing. Finally, he had found her. His steps slowed, and the quiet hummed in his ears. Time between gates. That's what Piker called it. It wasn't cold, cool, warm, or hot. It was heavy, empty. It felt as his own body felt to him. When he would be aware he had a body, it was nothingness. Dinril surveyed the gray-hued environment, rocky, blurry, some plants, and a small hut anchored to the ridge. He focused on the hut and carefully maneuvered towards it. Sounds began to filter through the gloom, crackling fire, mellow wind chimes, and a silky voice slowly sang. He couldn't understand the words, but they felt familiar. His steps moved on, but he wasn't ready to. Realization blistered his ego. He was already spelled. Her abilities were rumor and tale, warnings to children and threats to humans. Dinril was able to swallow, but moving limbs on his own accord wasn't happening. He cursed himself and unwillingly kept walking. The front door opened on its own, and he marched through. His assured steps halted before her. Dinril's eyes still worked, and he studied the famed witch. Her height was unexpected, as was what she wore. The outer thighs emerged from the gown's soft slits. He wasn't sure what color it was. Everything was a different shade of gray in this place. Her skin was milky gray, her dress dark and flowing, and her breasts. Dinril wrenched his eyes closed. Why is she half naked? Her chuckle swallowed him. My. Who'd have known I'd have a guest? A peeper at that. She walked to him. Her steps were polite and sure. He felt a hand on his face and opened his eyes. They were glimmering, her eyes. Sweet and promising, they watched him. He couldn't break away. Everything may have been gray, but he could feel the color of her eyes. Green. The depth of them, how they shimmered, and the ripples in them. She smiled and released him. He stumbled forward and went to a knee. Looks like you're in trouble there. Need a hand? She reached her hand down to him. He watched her giggle and grew annoyed. What did you do to me, witch? He stood quickly. The insult didn't faze her. Well, what brings you here, vampire? Dinril straightened. Fine, don't answer me. I didn't enjoy your little spell, nor do I enjoy whatever it is you're doing to me now. Her lips curled. And what am I doing to you, sweet? He narrowed his eyes. I didn't come here to be struck with a love curse, or to be played with. I am here for a spell of my choice. She seemed sad for a moment and smiled again. I understand. So what spell is that, your grace? He couldn't discern if she was mocking him. Her eyes watched him again, almost adoring. He shifted. To change who I am. Sadness returned, graced her features once more. She was fully clothed now. He felt a brief disappointment curl inside. Shocked, he searched for something else to look at. She walked away from him and pilfered through a cabinet. Distracted, she spoke. That I can do. Depends on what you mean, though. Is it appearance or the inner beauty sort of area? He stifled a laugh. Appearance? How? Why would someone change inner beauty? What does that mean? She turned her head to him, her profile silhouetted against the fire in the hearth. Her mouth glistened against its flickering light. He traced the curve of her lips to her celestial nose and up to the green eye locked on him. She turned back to her cabinet. Good question, sir. Appearance is easy enough. It comes at a price, as I am sure you already know. As for inner beauty, I cannot help with that request. Not my line of spells. What the hell is wrong with me? As if she heard him, she turned to him again. Nothing wrong. Nothing with wanting a change, especially with appearances. You never know. Suspicious, he nodded. You never know if you may find yourself on. What if it's an angry king chasing you down so he can purge worlds, so he can find what he wants most? It's echoed hauntingly. Speechless, Dinril shifted his eyes around the space. She stepped closer. As I said, it comes at a price, a cost. If you don't pay, I am sure his royal evilness will take you off my hands. I could turn you to a Rougarou. I'd do that for free. Anger blossomed and Dinril shouted, Fuck you, witch! Do you know who I am? Not a falter in her movements, she walked past him and opened a door. I know you. Will you pay the cost? He knew these tricks. Ask and get an agreement without telling the truth. He wheeled around. I am not agreeing to anything without an explanation. Her eyes wandered up and down his body. He felt it again. The tug. Something reaching for him hungrily. It wasn't lust. It wasn't a spell. The feeling was unbearable. It was without question, and it was from within him. Dun dun dun. I.
First of all, what the fuck is up with all these damn rude characters tonight? Like, I understand certain things. But like, what the fuck? And then you have, I'm guessing now vampire. You have a vampire ordering what I'm assuming is a human to the gate because he can't go himself. And it feels like there's something missing. I could be wrong. Maybe I missed something there. But it feels like there's something missing. Like why can't he go to the gate? It's like, I'm left with questions. Yes. Oh, because he has things to do. Well, oh.
I need protected.
What did you break out? Oh, okay.
It was listed on the website as a statue of Hecate, but I don't.
You don't see it.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know as
Isn't
much about Hecate.
Hecate the three? It's the mother, the crone, the maiden.
Hecate is from Greek. But I also have my little brass Medusa.
There you go.
And my little octopusy with his tentacles.
But no, Hecate is supposed to be the Greek statue that has like the triple goddess.
Alrighty.
Like I said, it was listed on the website, but what are you gonna do when it's Temu?
Is it Hecate the one that's is the one that you have a statue that has three people?
No.
Hold it up again so I can see it. Damn it. Hold on. Yes, that's one version of the Hecate statue. But typically, when you get many of them, it's three because Hecate is supposed to be. It's Greek, but it's also tied to Wicca because of the maiden, the crown, and
The maiden,
whatever
the
else.
mother, the crown.
There you go.
Anywho, up next is Bubba Bear right over there.
Okay, let's see. I wonder
You're gonna
how many
stay
times.
right there.
All
I
right.
think work's calling.
You sit your ass right in that chair. Because, of course, this one's called The Morning After.
And forewarning, Kleenex, Spice, and Mean Girls. Sorry.
You're not sorry.
I'm not.
None y'all are sorry for what you do to me. None of you are ever fucking sorry. You should be, but you're not. Okay. Here the fuck we go. The first thing Michelle felt was warmth, solid, steady, and entirely wrapped around her. A slow, content sigh slipped from her lips before her mind caught up with her body. The scent of cedar and smoke and something darker filled her lungs. Darren. Sure, he's a werewolf. He should be hairy and muscular, nothing like the North American Bigfoot she read about last night. Her eyes fluttered open to soft light spilling through the curtains. His arm was heavy across her waist, his breath steady against her neck. For a long, dangerous moment, she didn't move. She let herself exist there, in the safety of his hold, the steady rhythm of powerful heartbeat at her back. Safe. The word felt foreign, strange, but it was true. For the first time in years, she wasn't bracing for the world to fall apart. She wasn't the human outsider. She wasn't the girl who didn't belong. She was simply his. Michelle's skin danced with pinpricks where his body touched hers. Her birthmark seemed to shimmer and dance with every breath that escaped Darren's lips. Michelle smiled faintly, her chest tightening in quiet disbelief. Slowly, carefully, she shifted from his arms, pausing when he murmured something low and half asleep against her shoulder. She peeked under the sheets, and true to his word, the man kept his pants on. When he didn't stir further, she exhaled softly and slipped out of bed. The cold air hit her skin, chasing away the warmth of his body. Padding softly across the room, she gathered a towel and disappeared into the adjoining bathroom. Steam filled the glass shower within seconds. The water was hot, almost scalding, and it poured over her like a baptism. Michelle braced her palms against the tile. The black tiles decorated with golden dragons hummed with energy. She stood there, letting the sound of rushing water drown out her thoughts. Wild thoughts, thoughts no human, no she-wolf should allow to utter into existence. Michelle was weak. She allowed not only her heart but her mind to run ramped with desire. Her eyes fluttered, her breath catching in her throat as visions of Darren joining her in the shower. His powerful arms wrapping around her, his lips peppering her neck from ear to collarbone, lifting his heat to where his lips were brushing her ear. Morning, my sweet cupcake. You taste so good. I would love to taste more of you. Michelle gasped. Darren, we can't. Our story, love or otherwise, those emotions are forbidden. I am not worthy of you. No, kitten, my sweet cupcake, you belong to me. All of you. Nothing is forbidden, Darren growled in her ear. Every beat of her heart echoed the memory of last night. The laughter, the teasing, the feel of his arms lifting her like she weighed nothing. She should have been afraid, or at least wary, but instead all she felt was alive. Her fingers traced the faint scar on her collarbone. Get it together, she whispered to her reflection in the fogged glass. He's your alpha, not your... She couldn't even finish the thought. The water slid down her neck, washing away the scent of firewood and him, though not completely. No matter how hard she scrubbed, his scent lingered faintly on her skin. Warm, possessive, comforting. By the time she stepped out, the mirror was clouded white, and her pulse had steadied. She wrapped herself in a towel, her thoughts clearer, but her heart no less tangled. Inside the walk-in closet, she found a pale blue dress laid out neatly on the chaise. Soft silk, simple but elegant. It wasn't something she would have picked. It was something he would. A dress fit for a Luna. Michelle slipped it on, the fabric clinging in ways that made her cheeks warm. She reached behind her to pull the zipper but struggled, twisting awkwardly to catch it. Of course, she muttered, grimacing as the zipper snagged halfway up her back. She tried again, but it wouldn't budge. Perfect, just perfect. A low, amused voice broke the silence. It looks like you're in trouble there. Can I help? Michelle froze. Her head whipped around so fast the towel slipped from her damp hair. Darren leaned casually in the doorway, shirtless, a lazy grin playing at the corner of his mouth. His damp hair clung to his temples, droplets tracing the curve of his neck and chest. Her pulse jumped. How long have you been standing there? Long enough to see you wage war with a zipper. His grin widened, wolfish. Need assistance, Cupcake? I'm fine, she said quickly, though her hands betrayed her, fumbling again with the fabric. Darren murmured, stepping closer. Doesn't look like it. Before she could protest, his hand brushed hers aside, fingers grazing her bare back as he caught the zipper with ease. Michelle's breath caught, her skin burning where his fingertips lingered. There, he murmured, his voice a low rumble near her ear. All done. Her reflection in the mirror met his eyes. That same look again, intense, knowing, reverent. It made her chest tighten. She bit her lip and finally said what had been gnawing at her since last night. Why do you keep looking at me like that? She demanded, turning to face him. I told you, I'm not the person you think I am. For a moment, he said nothing, just studied her, really studied her. Then, with that quiet certainty that always disarmed her, he said, Come now, little wolf. She stiffened. Don't call me that. He smiled faintly, brushing a damp strand of hair from her cheek. You are my little wolf. You just don't know it yet. Her throat went dry. I don't have a wolf. You do, he said softly, his gaze burning into hers. She's sleeping, that's all. And when she wakes, his hand slid from her cheek to rest just above her heart. You'll feel it. You'll know me, not just as your alpha. His voice dropped to a murmur, the promise in it threading through her pulse, but as your mate. Michelle's breath hitched. The room seemed smaller, quieter, the air thick with something dangerous and magnetic. She wanted to step back, to push him away, but her body didn't listen. She looked up at him, defiant even as her heart betrayed her. And if my wolf never wakes? Darren's expression softened, though his tone remained steady. Then I'll wait for as long as it takes. But remember, your ceremony will be the next full moon. The silence that followed was fragile, shimmering like glass between them. Outside, sunlight spilled through the curtains, warming the room. Inside, neither moved. Michelle finally looked away, her hands trembling slightly as she adjusted the edge of her sleeve. You're impossible. He chuckled softly. So you've told me. But this time, when she turned to leave the closet, she didn't miss the way his eyes followed her. Not with dominance, but with something deeper, something like devotion. By the time Michelle made her way down to the dining hall, the pack house was already awake. The long tables were lined with steaming platters, eggs, bread, roasted meats, but the low hum of conversation faltered the moment she entered. Dozens of eyes turned toward her. She hesitated in the doorway, hands tightening on the edge of her skirt. The air shifted, the scent of distrust, of barely concealed hostility. Omegas in gray aprons moved between tables with practiced grace, but their steps faltered when they saw her. The whispers started first. That's her. She slept in the Alpha's room. Human, slave, she is less than an Omega. Michelle forced herself to breathe, keeping her chin high as she crossed the room. She could feel the heat of their stares burning into her back. She told herself to ignore it, to focus on the cup of tea she was pouring, the sound of her own heartbeat instead of the murmurs around her. But the silence that followed wasn't kind. It was sharpened, waiting. One of the Omega servers, a broad shouldered woman with a severe braid, placed a plate down in front of her a little too hard. The sound cracked like a whip. Sorry, she said flatly, though the smirk on her lips said otherwise. Michelle didn't respond. She'd learned long ago that silence could wound more deeply than words. She lifted her cup, hands steady even as her insides coiled tight. Across the hall, more Omegas gathered, pretending to tidy tables as they whispered to one another. Their gazes slid toward her like knives. It was the same story she'd lived since she arrived in this world, except now it was worse. Now she wasn't just the human outsider. She was the Alpha's human. The door to the dining hall opened again and the low conversation died altogether. Laura strode in. Oh, well, my Snapchat goes off. Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't. Not now. Not now. Okay. Laura. The warrior's eyes found Michelle instantly. Fury burned in them, raw and bright. The faint lines of healing lashes marked her arms, a reminder of Darren's punishment. The room seemed to hold its breath as she crossed the floor, each step echoing with venom. So, Laura hissed, stopping before Michelle's table. Your mercy. I was whipped. Never have I been touched. And now I'm scarred because of you. Michelle's chest tightened. Laura, how dare you sit there like you are the Luna? Laura's voice rose, cutting through the hall like a blade. He has not had a Luna ceremony for you, and there will never be one. Her lip curled. No one in this pack wants worthless, wolfless trash like you here. The words hit harder than she wanted to admit. Michelle felt the eyes of the entire pack on her, some wide with shock, others gleaming with cruel satisfaction. She could have stayed silent. Should have. But something inside her cracked, something fierce, something of bowing her head. Her voice was quiet but steady. You think scars make you special? I've been carrying mine a lot longer, Laura. They just don't show on my skin. The Omega staff stilled, a ripple of shock passing through the room. Laura's eyes widened just for a moment before narrowing again, a low snarl building in her throat. Before she could speak, another voice rolled through the air like thunder. Enough! Darren's presence hit the hall like a storm. The moment he stepped through the doorway, every head bowed instinctively. His alpha aura filled the space, heavy, suffocating, laced with fury. Laura stiffened, her bravado faltering as he approached. Darren didn't hesitate. His hand cracked across her face, the sound echoing through the hall like a gunshot. Gasps erupted around them. How dare you speak to my mate, my Luna, like that? He growled, his voice a low, dangerous snarl that silenced even the bravest whispers. His golden eyes burned, his wolf barely contained beneath his skin. Laura's head snapped to the side, tears springing to her eyes, though she tried to hide them. Alpha, she... Not another word! His tone was pure alpha command, final, unyielding. You will apologize to your Luna now. Michelle's breath caught. Your Luna. He publicly told the entire pack. There was no going back now. The room seemed to tilt. Every pack member, every Omega, every warrior who'd ever whispered against her, they all saw it, heard it. The declaration left no room for doubt. Laura's jaw trembled. I, she choked out, her pride fighting against the weight of his command. Forgive me, Luna. Michelle's lips parted. She wanted to say something, to stop this, but Darren's aura pressed down on every wolf like the weight of the forest itself, only she didn't feel any of it. Laura, I hereby demote you to the rank of Omega. Pack your shit and get out of our pack house. Do anything against my Shelley and you will be rogue. Darren's eyes flickered gold, daring her. She swallowed hard and gave a small nod. It's done, she said quietly. I'll go now. Laura hesitated only a heartbeat before turning, shoulders trembling as she fled the hall. When the door slammed shut, silence reigned. Darren turned to the room, his voice dropping to a low, lethal rumble. If anyone here disrespects her again, they answer to me. Is that clear? A chorus of voices murmured. Yes, Alpha. His gaze swept the room one last time before softening as it landed on Michelle. Eat, Cupcake, he said quietly, his tone gentler now. You'll need your strength. Weird smells happening. Apologies.
What, are
Maybe
you
stay.
smelling cedar and smoke?
No. I'm smelling something from the front porch that I shouldn't be smelling. He turned and strode, leaving behind an entire hall too afraid to breathe, and a woman whose heart was for reasons she couldn't name. Michelle stared at her plate, her tea gone cold, her hands trembling. It wasn't just the slap or the alpha's wrath that left her shaking. It was the truth in his voice when he said it. My mate, my Luna. And for the first time, Michelle wasn't sure if that terrified her or thrilled her. Michelle sat in silence long after Darren left the dining hall. The whispers had stopped. The stares had faded, but the weight of what had just happened lingered like smoke. My mate, my Luna. She couldn't get the words out of her head. By the time she slipped away from the table, the corridors were empty, echoing with her own footsteps. She needed air, something to clear her thoughts, to push back the strange heat still curling through her chest. The balcony overlooking the forest was cold, the stone railing dusted with frost. She wrapped her arms around herself, staring at the distant tree line. The world was still, hushed under a heavy gray sky. Then, as if the heavens themselves exhaled, snow began to fall. The first snowfall of the season. Tiny white flakes drifted down, catching in her hair and on the railing before melting away. It always made her nostalgic, that quiet, that stillness. But this year, the sight brought a tightness to her chest she couldn't shake. The cold moon was upon them. The next full moon was only weeks away. It seemed like a lifetime ago that the cold moon meant laughter. Back then, it was her, Abigail, and Trey, Warm cocoa on the hearth, sugar and flour dusting the floor from their failed baking attempts, all three of them wrapped in blankets and stories. The fire would crackle, Trey would tease, Abigail would hum old songs from a world that felt gentler. The scent of cinnamon and pine always hung in the air. It was home, family, all of the things she'd lost. Michelle's throat tightened. The memories should have brought comfort, but today they carried only a hollow ache because now, as the snow fell, all she could think of was Trey's laugh echoing through the cottage and how quickly that sound had been replaced by screams. How the moon, once beautiful, had become a reminder of everything that had been torn from her. She pressed her hand against her chest as if she could quiet the ache beneath. I miss you, she whispered into the falling snow. Both of you. A single tear traced down her cheek. The forest below seemed to breathe. Branches creaking, a wolf's distant howl breaking through the quiet. Her heart clenched at the sound. It wasn't Darren's pack howl. It was something older, wilder, echoing from the northern ridge. She didn't know why, but it made the dread tighten. The cold moon was coming. And with it, something inside her stirred, faint and unfamiliar, a pulse that didn't feel human. The snow fell heavier now, blanketing the world in white. Michelle wrapped her arms tighter around herself, not from the cold, but from the memory pressing against her ribs like it wanted to break free. It was only when the scent of cedar and smoke wrapped around her that Michelle realized she wasn't alone. A heavy fur blanket brushed her shoulders, warm and soft against the chill. Darren stood behind her, his presence a steady heat against the cold bite of winter. I prefer my cupcakes warm and sweet, not frozen, he murmured, his voice low and teasing against the hush of falling snow. Let's get you out of the cold. Michelle startled slightly, her breath catching as the scent of him surrounded her. She hadn't even heard him approach. Typical Alpha. Silent when he wanted to be, everywhere when she least expected it. I'm fine, she said softly, though her voice trembled more than she meant it to. Darren moved closer, his chest brushing her back as he pulled the fur more tightly around her. You're not, he said simply. You're standing out here alone, freezing, staring at a world that's already forgotten the warmth you deserve. Her throat tightened. I was just thinking about the past. His tone wasn't a question. He already knew. She nodded faintly, her gaze drifting to the snowfall. The cold moon, she whispered. It used to mean something different. Back when it was me, Abigail, and Trey, it was laughter, firelight, family. Her voice cracked. Now it just feels like loss. Darren was silent for a moment, the sound of snow landing softly around them, filling the space between their breaths. Then his voice came quieter, steadier. Loss changes us, Cupcake. It doesn't end us. Michelle looked up at him, her lashes wet with melted snow. You talk like you know what that feels like. He gave a faint, humorless smile. I do. His eyes, deep gold in the gray light, softened. But I also know the moon takes as much as it gives. You'll see. The cold moon may bring pain, but it also brings awakening. Awakening? She echoed, frowning slightly. Darren's lips curved into something between a smile and a secret. You'll understand soon enough. He gently tapped her nose with his index finger, batting away rogue snowflakes. Before she could ask what he meant, he guided her gently back toward the warmth of the pack house, one hand resting protectively at the small of her back. As they stepped inside, the door closing behind them, Michelle cast one last glance over her shoulder at the falling snow. The world outside was still, silent, wrapped in white, and yet beneath that quiet beauty, she couldn't shake the feeling that something ancient was stirring, something waiting. The warmth of the pack house wrapped around them as Darren led Michelle down the long corridor toward the Alpha's office. Their footsteps echoed softly, the distant hum of morning duties filtering in, clattering dishes, muted voices, the scent of cedar polish and coffee. He didn't speak until they were inside. The heavy door clicked shut, muting the world outside. The fire in the hearth threw amber light across the room, gilding his features in warmth that didn't quite reach his eyes. Someone once told me, he said quietly, walking around to lean against the edge of his desk, that you can bring a person back to life just by remembering them. Michelle blinked, surprised by the gentleness in his tone. That's not how it works, she murmured. Remembering hurts. It does, he agreed, folding his arms loosely across his chest. But forgetting kills. Tell me about Trey. She hesitated, her fingers twisted in the fur draped around her shoulders, her gaze falling to the rug. Why? Because he's a part of you, Darren said simply, and I want to know what made you who you are. My family knew Abigail's. She was a wonderful human. May the moon goddess watch over her sweet soul. For a long moment, Michelle said nothing. Then her lips curved faintly, though it wasn't quite a smile. Trey and I, we were born in the same breath, she began softly. Two heartbeats that never really separated. When we were kids, we never feared the dark. The night was our friend. Everyone else would hurry inside when the sun went down, but we'd wait, just for the first shimmer of stars. Her eyes lifted toward the window where the pale morning light hinted at the snow still falling. On full moons, we'd sneak out of the house. Abigail would always catch us eventually. Sometimes she'd scold. Sometimes she'd just shake her head. But after a while, Michelle smiled faintly. She gave up trying to stop us. She'd bring out blankets instead. We'd lie there together, staring at the sky while she pointed out constellations. She used to say that as long as we knew the stars, we'd never be lost, even if the world tried to take everything else. Her voice wavered at the end. She swallowed, blinking rapidly. Darren's expression softened. She sounds wise. She was, Michelle whispered. She kept us grounded. And Trey, her voice cracked, and she pressed a hand to her chest. He was my other half. We didn't need work. If I was scared, he'd just know. He'd smile, and everything felt right again. The silence that followed was thick and tender, broken only by the soft pop of the fire. After a long moment, Michelle lifted her hand, brushing her thumb over the small birthmark, a pale crescent moon that caught the firelight like silver. Her voice was a whisper, fragile but certain. I'm not giving up on you, she breathed. Trey, I will find you, brother. Darren's, Darren's jaw tightened at the emotion in her voice, but he said nothing. Instead, he reached out, covering her hand with his own. The warmth of his touch steadied her trembling fingers. Then we will find him, he said quietly, his tone carrying the weight of a vow. You're not alone in this anymore. For the first time in what felt like forever, Michelle didn't flinch from a promise. She simply nodded, her eyes shining in the firelight, the ghosts of her past whispering softly in the glow of the first snow. Dun dun dun.
Let's hear it. I know I have it coming.
First of all, how did Laura's ass get out of the fucking dungeon? Because last counts I had, she was in the dungeon.
She was taken to the dungeon and whipped. There wasn't anything about how she
Nobody said
was.
to release her. I don't remember that part.
It's implied.
Thank you.
I don't like the implications there, but, I like the way she was fucking handled. Secondly, what the fuck, man? Is everybody just trying to rip our hearts out tonight?
Look, I was prepared for, ripped off towels, but that's just me.
Hey, I had to keep it Twitch and TikTok safe.
Yes, but I will say this: the teasing, the leading up to it's like he is being so fucking respectful. It is so motherfucking hot. Look, the fact that he's not pushing the issue, he's like the only issue he is motherfucking pushing is you're mine, you're my Luna, blah blah. Blah. Like that's it. Like I'm going to protect you no matter what. Everything else, he's just like when you're ready. And that how do I become a werewolf in this world? Because do I got to get bit? Do I got to get sliced up? Like what? Do I have to exchange blood? Like please.
The way I have this character drafted is Darren's reassuring and trying to create that positive bond with Shelly, letting her know you belong. You have somewhere to call home. The whole time that she's ever grown up thinking she doesn't belong, he's trying to rebuild that self-confidence, that sense of it's okay to be me,
Yeah.
without being that domineering alpha male. Oh, you're mine. I'm taking you. I'm putting a pup in you. I'm putting a pup in you tonight. Mm-mm.
That's what I'm saying. Like literally things are happening behind the scenes personal life wise, right? And I'm sitting here going, shit, I'm fucking I'm 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 Darren. Fuck! Fuck, man! Any hoozle. Any hoozle. Oh,
Cash, welcome.
birthday
Hi.
girl. Birthday girl in the house. Back from the concert.
Yep.
We are almost at midnight Eastern time. We have one more story left.
Which we don't have
And
to read.
our fearless leader is now in the hot seat.
Uh-oh. We don't have to read it. We could just
Oh,
roll.
we're reading it. No, we're reading
We're
it.
reading it. We're reading it. We are absolutely reading it. One left. This has been a long stream. Thank you so much, guys, for hanging with us and enjoying all of these things. Julie, you better keep your ass on camera. No, I got to look at your beady little motherfucking eyes as I read this.
If I could not run and hide, you can't either.
That
Okay,
is
then
fact.
give me a minute because I have to go in the other room to see if the gremlin has fallen asleep and if he fell asleep with his guitar. Because I've just listened to him play 3 chords in the other room, and I kind of need to make sure that he doesn't fall asleep with the guitar. So if you give me just a minute.
Yeah, go. All right, there we go. So, real quick, take a moment. It's been a minute since we've taken a little quick break. I know Kesh has just arrived, but bathroom, lots of Dr. Pepper to clear my throat of, these gravelly characters that y'all keep making me read. We are good. Hello. I will be right back.
You know what? I don't have my other device going. Give me just where is it? Oh, how's everyone doing so far tonight?
I'm battling my website because it's showing that I only have 4 reviews, but I've uploaded other reviews and it's not showing my changes. It's showing my other changes, but it's not showing everything. It's kind of ticking me off.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can everyone hear me okay?
Julie over there looking suspicious.
always, always suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
I
Not
am not
really.
suspicious.
You sure about that?
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I ain't got a witness, and I know I can't prove it, but that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Since I'm on, how bad was my story?
Ma'am, first of all, infected griffins?
Yes.
You would figure if they can't, if the Lord King, whatever the hell you want to call him from Story Short of Death, can't infect dragons. How the fuck can he infect a griffin? Like, they didn't deserve that. And then they had to die by fiery death because, of course, they were infected by death. Um, and it is kind of unclear unless I kind of just missed that. Is the elves that are riding said griffins also infected?
No.
Okay, I didn't think they were, but I was unclear with that.
Okay. I'll have to try and
Um,
figure out how to fix that then if that was unclear. Why
but
did she
I'm
break down
like,
crying?
do what?
Izzy broke down crying?
Oh God, yes. Izzy broke. Well, not during yours, anonymous. Uh,
Oh, okay.
yeah, anonymous 4 got her good, right in the feels. It got they got everybody good. That wasn't just a they took out Izzy. They took out everybody.
Oh, wow.
Patrick was crying.
Wow.
Izzy was crying. Everybody in the freaking chat was, like they did that one night toward me, like fuck you, we love you, but fuck you. that
Yeah.
that that was the whole kit and caboodles.
Wow. Way to go, unanimous, anonymous. I
Um,
can't talk, evidently.
and that was a very, very powerful story. And yes, it was. And give or take, I didn't give them much critique on it. I knew about
Mhm.
some of it. I did not know about the version that was written for the show. When they read out something to me, I'm like, well, you know what? That's a great outline,
Mhm.
but you need to pick like one facet, one set of time, and then just kind of go with that and then build on it. And they took the critique very well. And what we got tonight was moving.
Okay, Kesh, you know me.
Mhm.
It hit a little close to home.
Oh. That I'll have to go back and listen to it, or
And then
maybe.
Leon had to follow it up.
Oh, yeah. I've had a preview of that one.
Yeah. I don't know how I like being a blonde, but whatever. All right, folks.
Not really. But
Last one for the night. Y'all, thank you so much for hanging in. We know that there are other things that people can do on a Saturday night, or in Nutter's case, Sunday morning. But y'all are troopers, and you show us this much love because, well, frankly, we're reading your shit out. We're showing you the love and you give it back to us in spades. So here we go. The last one. Between the sparks. The gray light of morning crept in through the window blinds, soft and hesitant, like it wasn't sure it belonged there. 3 days of on and off thunderstorms had even the sun confused on its current position in the grand scheme of things. Riot, blinded by the brightness of the light in the dark room, stirred first. Wait, stirred first? What? Brain didn't register where she was. Only the warmth under her cheek, the steady rise and fall beneath, tickling her ear, and the faint thud of a heartbeat that wasn't hers. Cassian? The realization hit slow, sinking deep. His arms were draped across her waist, heavy and protective, his palm resting just above her hip. She could feel the faint scrape of his stubble against her hair when he shifted in his sleep, exhaling a low, quiet sound that wasn't quite a word. It should have been comforting, but it wasn't. It was dangerous for all the reasons she didn't want to admit to herself. He had come running when she screamed out and never left her side through the night. No one but Vega had done that for her, and now it made her feel more self-conscious than ever. She was careful not to wake him as she eased out from under his arm. He murmured something that sounded close to her name, maybe. Her heart stuttered hard enough she almost froze halfway between the middle of the bed and feet on the floor. She willed herself to move, sliding free of the tangle of sheets, and tiptoed out of the room carefully, closing the door behind her. The hallway was cool, the hard wood floors ice cold under her bare feet. Riot cursed herself for not at least grabbing a pair of socks when she escaped the room as she slipped into the kitchen. Rubbing at the ache in her chest starting to bloom, Riot realized it had nothing to do with the lack of sleep and everything to do with the man that still slumbered in her bed. Looking for any type of distraction, Riot quickly busied herself with making coffee. Everything would be a lot more tolerable once caffeine was present in her system, though she would do anything to keep from thinking about how easily she'd fallen asleep in his arms and how natural it had felt to wake up beside him. Shaking the thoughts from her head, Riot welcomed the quiet hum of the coffee maker as it filled the silence. It was familiar, grounding. Steam rose, and the smell hit her strong, bitter, sharp enough to wake her from fantasies she scolded herself for having. Pulling a mug from the cabinet, Riot could almost feel his arms around her waist, his chest pressed possessively against her back, whispering good morning into her neck as he ran his lips across her bare skin. Riot came very close to dropping the mug when she realized she was the only one standing in the kitchen. Cursing under her breath, she moved to pour the first cup of many for the day. As she leaned back against the counter, Riot tried to convince herself it meant nothing. She had a bad night, and Cassian was just being protective of his investment. Yeah, that's it. He's just trying to keep me in line to keep me from blowing the cover. But when she heard the footsteps behind her, Riot's pulse said otherwise. You were gone when I woke up. His voice was still rough from sleep, somehow deeper and slower than she had ever heard. Riot didn't turn around to face him. Didn't want to wake you. You could have. Didn't seem like a good idea. Cassian's reflection caught in the microwave door, shirtless, sweatpants hanging low on his hips, hair still a mess from the pillow. He looked nothing like the composed man who'd walked into her life months ago. And that, more than anything, threw her off balance. He moved closer, barefoot steps soft against the tile. You okay? She took a slow sip of coffee, eyes fixed on the window and the dark gray clouds that seemed to mirror her internal war. Bad dreams, that's all. You screamed. I said I'm fine. Riot took a drink from her mug. He studied her for a beat too long. You don't have to keep pretending. I can't see through you. Riot turned then, meeting his gaze head on. And you don't have to keep trying to save me, Locke. You'll just end up burned. Something flickered across his face. Amusement, maybe. Or pain. She couldn't tell. Maybe I like the heat. Her pulse jumped. He stepped closer, close enough that the space between them hummed. Coffee? She offered. Voice too steady for how she felt. Yeah, the whole thing bounces. Sorry, guys. This is what happens when you live in a house that's over 100 years old. Whew. He took the cup from her hand, their fingers brushing. Sure, he said, eyes locked on hers. But I think we both know that's not what I'm craving. She held his stare for a long, breathless second before stepping away, grabbing another mug to have something to do with her hands. You're impossible. Yeah, he said quietly, the same words as the night before, but this time there was a smile in them. Riot had just turned toward the counter again when Cassian's phone buzzed across the island. He glanced at the caller ID and exhaled. Bishop. She arched a brow. What? The empire already crumbling without you? He smirked, swiping to answer. Lock. A pause, then his tone flattened into business. Understood. Another pause, shorter. Right, I'll stay put. He ended the call and set the phone down. Flights got grounded out east. Clients can't make it in until Monday. Meetings are postponed. So you're stuck here, she said, not quite a question. Seems that way. Almost on cue, her phone started to buzz from the counter beside the coffee pot. Garrick's name lit the screen. She answered, half expecting orders, half hoping for a reason to leave. Yeah? Static crackled before his voice came through. Weather's tearing up the supply lines. Memphis runs on hold till Monday at the earliest. Don't bother driving in. Roads are already flooding near the county line. She frowned. You serious? Dead serious. Stay put, Riot. Enjoy a day off for once. The call dropped before she could answer. She stared at the screen, then set it face down beside his phone. Cassian's mouth curved. Let me guess. Rust Creek shut down too. She shot him a look. Don't look so smug. Wouldn't dream of it. Right. She took another sip of coffee, eyes narrowing. So now what? You gonna run a quarterly report while I pace the porch? He leaned against the counter, the picture of calm confidence. I was thinking something more productive. Like what? Breakfast. Then maybe you can finally teach me how to properly threaten someone with a wrench. She almost laughed. Almost. You'd break a nail. He chuckled, stepping close enough that she had to tilt her head back to meet his eyes. Then maybe you can show me how you keep yours intact. The corner of her mouth twitched, betraying the smile she tried to swallow. You'll be bored in an hour. Cassian reached past her for a second mug, their shoulders brushing. Then I guess we've got an hour to kill before the boredom sets in. Riot sighed, but there was no heat behind it. You play with fire, Locke. His voice dropped enough to make her pulse stumble. Only when I'm hoping it'll burn slow. Outside, thunder rolled across the hills, low and promising. Inside, the air thickened, humming with everything unsaid. Riot drained the rest of her coffee and decided motion was better than staring at him in a kitchen that suddenly felt too small. Well, I have work to do in the garage, she muttered, setting her mug in the sink and marching off to the bedroom to change. He didn't stop her, but she could feel his eyes follow her until the hallway swallowed her up. That's how you smolder. Okay. Whew. Whew. Yeah. Down in her space, the one place that was always hers, the air smelled like oil, steel, and rain blowing in through the half-open bay door. She exhaled slowly, finally able to take a steady breath. The Chevelle sat on the lift, a dark hulk of muscle and chrome. She'd been chasing a suspension rattle for weeks, and of course, last night when she drove midnight in from Memphis, the car felt off, like barely made it into the shop. What she dreaded became reality when the car got in onto the lift and the tire came off. The strut had given away, holding on by two of the four bolts. Perfect, she said under her breath. She slipped her hair into a knot, grabbed her creeper, and slid under the car. A streak of grease hit her jaw when she wiped sweat from her temple. Even through all the pent-up fury that was unfolding, the shop had a particular quiet that was different, honest, solid. Footsteps crossed the concrete a few minutes later. She didn't have to look to know who it was. Cassian's voice rolled across the bay. You disappear like that a lot? Only when I need peace and quiet. She launched herself out on the creeper and squinted up at him. He'd changed into gray Henley, sleeves shoved to the elbows, jeans instead of slacks. She hadn't been prepared for him to look so Normal. His mouth curved. Peace and quiet, huh? From me? From everything, she said, standing and wiping her hands on a rag. The Chevelle's got a busted strut. Guess I'm not going anywhere, even if I wanted to. Lucky me. She shot him a look that should have cut through steel. You offering to help, Locke, or just supervising? He glanced at the lift, then back at her. Depends. You trust me with a wrench? She tossed one at him, the metal clinking off his palm. Don't drop it. He turned the tool over in his hand like he was cataloging its weight. Looks like you're in trouble there, he said, echoing the teasing tone she'd used before. Can I help? Riot smirked. You can stand there and look pretty. He crouched beside her anyway, forearm brushing her shoulder as he studied the suspension. Looks like the bracket's warped. You been running her hard? Always do. She glanced sideways, close enough to see the smudge of oil he'd gotten on his jaw. The man didn't belong down here, and yet somehow he fit. He looked up, catching her staring. Why do you keep looking at me like that? He demanded softly. I told you, I'm not the person you think I am. She swallowed. You sure about that? His breath hitched enough to give him away. Riot dropped her gaze first, grabbing another tool from the bench. We'll need a replacement strut. I can pull one from the parts shelf in the back. I'll get it, he said, standing. You don't know which one. He paused at the doorway, glancing over his shoulder. Then I guess you'll have to come show me. Her pulse thudded hard in her throat. Fine, she said, tossing the rag onto the workbench. But if you break something down here, I'll owe you, he said, and the way he said it made her stomach twist. The parts room was narrow, stacked high with organized chaos, bins of bolts, boxes of filters, the faint tang of rubber and solvent thick in the air. Riot flipped on the single overhead light, the hum filling the silence between them. Struts are top shelf, left side, she said, brushing past him to reach for the step stool. Cassian stood just inside the doorway, one hand on the frame. You sure you don't mean me to? I got it. He didn't move, but she felt him watching as she climbed up, stretching for the box. Her shirt shifted, revealing a strip of skin, and she heard his breath catch, the sound subtle but unmistakable. The box scraped forward. She caught it down and setting it on the small counter. See? No rescue required. Cassian smiled, slow and infuriating. Didn't say I wanted to rescue you. Then what do you want? He stepped closer, the space between them shrinking until she could feel the heat rolling off him. Honestly. Dangerous word, Locke. Yeah, he murmured, voice roughening. But I've been playing it safe too damn long. For a second, neither moved. The hum of the light filled the air, the storm whispering against the side of the room. Then his hand brushed her arm, barely there, a graze that set every nerve on alert. She didn't back away. Not this time. You really think this is smart? She asked quietly. No, he said, stepping closer still. But smart doesn't make me feel like this. Her pulse hammered, traitorously loud. You think you've got me figured out. He smiled faintly. No, but I've learned not to underestimate dragons. She huffed out a laugh, trying to deflect. And what does that make you? Cassian's eyes flicked down to her lips, then back up. Probably Sasquatch, if we're keeping your mythology straight. That earned a small, reluctant grin from her. You're an idiot. Maybe, but you're smiling. And then she wasn't smiling anymore because he'd leaned in, slow, deliberate, giving her every chance to stop him. She didn't. His mouth brushed hers, light as a promise, tasting of coffee and the kind of restraint that could only hold for so long. When he finally pulled back, his voice was low, unsteady. Still think I don't understand you. Riot swallowed hard, stepping past him, grabbing the box just to have something to do with her hands. You're playing with fire, Locke. He let her go, but his smile lingered, equal parts warning and surrender. Yeah, he murmured, and hoping it burned slow. Back in the shop, the strut wasn't much of a challenge between the two of them, especially not with her barking out torque specs and him falling into rhythm beside her. Cassian wasn't the type to get his hands dirty unless it served a purpose, but damn if he didn't surprise her. When she said, "Hand me the half-inch," he passed it without hesitation, grip brushing hers just enough to make her pulse hitch. "Didn't think you'd take orders that well," Riot muttered, tightening the last bolt. Cassian smirked, wiping grease from his palm with a shop rag. "Didn't think you gave him this well." Guess we're both learning things. It was easy after that. Clean up, double-checking the strut, lowering the Chevelle off the lift. A quiet satisfaction settled in her chest as the car touched the ground, humming solid and steady. She leaned a hip against the fender, taking a drink from her coffee like it had been any other Saturday. That's when Cassian broke the silence. "You should let me buy you dinner." She raised a brow. "Pretty sure you already fed me twice this week." "Takeout doesn't count." His tone softened. "I mean dinner. Just us. No Bishop. No Rust Creek. No business." For a second, she thought about saying no, but something about the way he said it, low, even, like he wasn't trying to corner her, had her hesitating. "You don't strike me as the small talk type." "Maybe I'm not. Maybe I just want to see what kind of person you are when you're not hiding behind a socket wrench." Her jaw ticked, but she didn't answer right away. The quiet between them stretched, punctuated by the faint creak of cooling metal. "Fine," she said finally. "But I picked the place." "Nope. I already have the perfect place in mind." Cassian hadn't said where they were going, just told her to grab her jacket. Riot didn't argue, though he could tell she didn't like being handled, not even by him, especially not by him. He drove them to a roadside tavern outside Shelbyville, the kind of place that smelled like smoke and history. Neon beer signs blinked through the window. Country music hummed low through static. "This is your idea of quiet?" she asked, tugging her leather tighter. "Quiet enough," Cassian replied, the corner of his mouth twitching. He held the door for her because of course he did. He was maddening that every way he was maddening that way, every move deliberate, like he'd already thought 10 steps ahead. But it was mostly so Riot could see what a gentleman really looked like. Plus, if his mother or grandmother had found out he wasn't using his manners, Cassian would get an earful. They found a booth in the back, half hidden by shadows. The waitress didn't even hand the menus, just asked if they wanted the special. Riot nodded. Cassian ordered whiskey. She stuck to beer. For a while, neither spoke. They didn't need to. There was something about her, about the way she occupied space, that pulled his focus whether he wanted it to or not. When the food came, Cassian finally broke the silence. "Do you ever stop working?" Riot looked up from her plate. "Do you?" He smiled faintly. "Touché." "I work because it keeps me sane," she said. "Some people drink, some gamble. I build engines and break them," he countered. She gave him a look that might have burned through steel. "You spying on me now?" Research. Right. You just happened to know I cracked a strut this morning, or that I melted the intake on the Viper last week, or threw a rod on the kit car. All of which parts just magically appeared, or you did, within the hour. His smirk deepened. You make it sound like I don't care. That shut her up, not because he was wrong, but because he wasn't. The silence stretched until he shifted slightly, resting his forearms on the table. That tattoo, he said suddenly. The one on your hand. Riot froze. Her left hand, where the black inked T curved just below her thumb, felt suddenly too exposed. She slipped it beneath the table out of habit. What about it? I've seen you cover it when people ask, he said quietly. Why? Her shoulders tensed. People like to make up their own stories. Easier to let them. What's the real one? Doesn't matter anymore. Seems like it does. His voice was steady, calm, and it disarmed her more than shouting ever could. She took a slow breath, eyes flicking to the amber swirl in his glass before answering. I was 18, she said. Thought I was invincible. Thought he was too. Cassian's brow furrowed. He? Tank, she said softly, as if the name itself was fragile. He was everything before the world went to shit. The look Cassian gave her wasn't pity, it was understanding. He didn't make it. Riot gave a single sharp nod. People think it's for Tennessee. Safer that way. Cassian didn't speak for a long moment. Then he reached across the table and took her hand before she could pull it back. His thumb brushed over the tattoo. Slow, reverent. You hide behind ghosts, he said, his voice low enough to vibrate through her chest. Her throat worked, but no words came. He didn't push further, just held her gaze until she looked away, pretending to focus on her beer instead of the burn behind her eyes. By the time they left the tavern, the air outside was cool and damp, the kind of night that whispered of rain. Cassian opened her door and she muttered something about him being too damn polite. He didn't reply. The drive back was quiet. Her thoughts weren't. Every mile stretched, every flicker of passing headlights caught on his profile, all calm control and quiet edges. He parked in front of the house and killed the engine. She went for the handle, but his voice caught her. Riot. She turned, heartbeat. What? Cassian reached out, fingers trailing along her jaw before tracing down to her hand, to that same small mark. You can keep pretending that piece of you died with him. Her breath hitched. It did. But it didn't. His voice roughened, dark and raw. You did everything but bury yourself beside him. Her pulse roared in her ears. You think you know me, Locke, but you don't. He smiled slowly, dangerously. Then tell me I'm wrong. She didn't, couldn't. And that was all the permission he needed. Cassian's mouth was on hers before she could finish the breath she was holding. The kiss was rough, desperate, years of restraint and frustration colliding. She met him halfway, fingers twisting into his shirt, dragging him closer until the console pressed into her hip. He caught her wrist, holding her hand, that hand, between them as if to anchor her there in the moment alive. When he finally pulled back, his forehead rested against hers, breath ragged. You're not the only one haunted, he murmured. Riot's voice came out a whisper. Then maybe we're both playing with fire. Cassian smiled, faint and fleeting. Darling, I've been burning for a while now. Riot didn't wait for him to say anything else. The kiss still burned on her lips. Too hot, too much, too fast. As soon as the car stopped, she shoved open the door and stepped out like she was escaping something on fire. Cassian called her name once, low and steady. She didn't look back. The porch light caught her hair as she crossed the steps, shoulders squared, that unbothered strut of hers snapping back into place like armor sliding over skin. The front door closed behind her before he even moved. For a long beat, he sat there in the driver's seat, one hand still gripping the wheel, the other on the console where her touch had been. The smell of her shampoo, motor oil, and cinnamon from her hand lotion lingered faintly in the cab. He exhaled through his nose, slow and measured. Of course, he muttered, almost to himself. When he finally got out and walked toward the house, the night air had cooled enough to sting. By the time he stepped inside, the only light came from the kitchen, spilling dim gold across the floor. He heard the bedroom door shut down the hall. Firm. Not angry, but definite. Cassian stood there a while, listening to the quiet hum of the fridge and the faint ticking of the wall clock. Then he reached up, tugged a hand through his hair, and laughed once. No humor in it. She's got you all turned inside out, Locke. He locked up, dimmed the lights, and headed down the hall, but stopped short of her door. He wanted to knock, to say something that might cut through whatever walls she'd just rebuilt. But she needed space, and he knew what happened when he pushed too hard. So instead, he turned toward the guest room. He paused once more at the end of the hallway, glancing back toward her closed door. Run all you want, he said quietly. I'll still be here when you stop. Then he disappeared into the dark.
Is that it?
Dun dun dun.
Ma'am. You love. You're lucky I'm manager on duty tomorrow, and the fact that I have class next week.
Hot flash.
I believe that's what we're going to call it. Yeah.
Must be a pretty intense one if she is fanning it for this long.
Well, and she's planning with purpose and force.
Mm-hmm. I see this.
And with that, thank you for hanging out tonight. Up next, the roles for next week's prompt.
A little too hot to handle there, Izzy.
I said, remember that you love me.
Hi, Chihuahua. Hi, Chihuahua. And I still don't know if I have a date tomorrow night or not. So, well, no, today. Anyway, roll that dice there, Julie.
80.
Oh, this almost doesn't even seem fair.
What?
Concept. Explore the concept of a character who can transform into any animal at will.
That's Shifter.
Well, fucking right, Shifter.
I was about to say that's kind of like
Can we re-roll?
cheat mode. That's like cheat mode.
59.
159. Concept. Write about a world where humans can communicate through dreams, and a character begins receiving cryptic messages from a stranger.
Hey, I wrote that.
I'm not going back into Star Story right now.
Starting first lines. Row.
All right. 46.
Starting first line. Just when she thought she'd finished crying, the phone rang.
43. Reroll. Okay.
It's already got 3 asterisks.
3. Reroll.
Yeah, we don't need family werewolves and religion again.
Now, 79.
179. That's better. Oh, shit balls. Okay. The storm was getting worse, but I couldn't leave without finding out what happened. And fan favorite dialogue.
38.
Nope.
$61.
Use this dialogue. I miss moments like this more than anything.
I have a feeling we've used that one before.
No, we have not.
Okay.
Oh, thank God it wasn't 62. Anyway,
Now you
100
can't say
and?
that. You can't say that. What is 62 now?
Nope. 100 and what?
76.
176. Nope.
21.
2-1.
Yes.
121. Use this dialogue. You look like you need a hug. All right, now keep in mind that we've got another mythical creature on tap for this next week's prompt. Now, Kesh did tell me ahead of time what it was, just in case she didn't make it back. But Kesh, why don't you tell us what this next week's mythological creature challenge is?
This next week's challenge is unicorns.
Unicorns. Now, in the chat, we've got 1 through 5. As soon as I get 5 and 6 in there. 1 through 6. There we go. Vote in the comments which is the one that you would like to write. See us write. What's your favorite one? Okay, Leon, that's straight out of a Supernatural episode.
That's very amusing.
Oh yeah, and it even farts rainbows in the episode. All right, so we have got Patrick going the safe route. Nutter. Awesome sauce. All right, my vote's in there. Who else we got? We got 10 people in the Twitch chat. We have had absolutely nobody on the YouTube side, but then again,
Actually,
this
no,
was last.
It's 5 tonight.
No, I mean nobody chatting.
No, just me.
Okay, so we got Cash and Leon. We got Julie. All right, I'm seeing 6 votes. What else we got?
So far, we have a 3-way tie.
Yep. Oh, so Leon did. Leon voted 6 before I put them in. Okay, got it. All right, anybody else?
No, B, we're voting for whatever we want. So out of those 6, which one of those do you want the next prompt to be?
Do you want... Hold on, let me go back over here. So vote 1 if you want to explore the concept of a character who can transform into any animal at will. Vote 2 if you want to write about a world where humans can communicate through dreams and a character begins receiving cryptic messages from a stranger. Vote number 3 if you want to use the starting first line just when she thought she'd finished crying, the phone rang. Vote number 4 if you want to use the starting first line, the storm was getting worse, but I couldn't leave without finding out what happened. Vote number 5 if you want to use the dialogue, I miss moments like this more than anything. And vote number 6 if you want to use the dialogue, you look like you need a hug. Now, of course, please remember You want to use unicorns in some way, shape, or form, whether that is a character, a reference, and alluding to, even if it's they're talking about the last fucking unicorn movie, okay? Any kind of reference to a horned horse, not the winged one, because that's a Pegasus. I will die on this hill. Pegasus has wings. Unicorn has a horn. And I should know because I have 2 Pegasus on my back tattooed. Okay. And last but not least, please also remember that you can change the format of the line. If you use starting first line, if we vote for starting first line or dialogue, switch it up. Make it sound more like you. Change I to she to they to whatever. If anytime we have names, change the name if it doesn't fit into one of your stories or you don't vibe with the name. So, what else we got here? All right.
Looks like 6.
Yep, I got that. All right. We did lose somebody somewhere in all of that. All right. Oh, and they're back. All right. Voted. 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 Voted.
So it looks like 6
Voted.
has it.
Voted. Ah, shitballs. Not that button. No, I see that there is a Shay that has not voted. If Shay is still in here, and Trisha, I know you're extremely tired. If you're still in here, and we do also have 2 lurkers in hanging out. Feel free to vote whatever you would like to challenge us to write next week, or even join us for the writing. We've got our newsletter in our link in bio. I don't know if that's frowned upon over here or not, but you can find our newsletter. You get the rules, the how-to, all the prompts. It's a weekly email. Anybody else? Huh?
Yeah, we don't bombard you.
Yeah, we don't bombard you. Okay. Looks like everybody just wants to give everybody else hugs. I mean, I suppose it depends on how tight that hug is.
True.
Or if it's a mouth hug.
Okay. If you want to be overt about it. All right. I think we're calling it.
Yeah, we're going to call it.
We're going to call it the official prompt for next week, using unicorns in some way, shape, or form in your story. If you can. Don't have to. But make the birthday girl happy. And to use this dialogue, you look like you need a hug. Don't forget to join our Discord. Again, I cannot say this thing enough. Thank you so very much for sticking with us. We probably should have split this into 2 nights. However,
we honestly don't know if a certain somebody has plans for tomorrow. So that's the reason we were trying to get it one night.
We don't. On top of that, I've been feeling some ways physically. I don't know if I could do 2 nights. I'm going to crash out there in about an hour, and maybe I'll see y'all in the Discord tomorrow.
All right.
Who am I
Well,
kidding?
that just leaves us to the end of the show. Thank you guys for hanging out and submitting and making this the best night ever. With the most word count. So let's try to beat that again next week. We'll see
And
what
make
happens.
me do 2 nights. Make
Yeah,
me
and I
do
will
2
make you
nights.
do 2 nights. That's not gonna. Yeah. But it's time for us to go ahead and sign off. Remember, your writing prompt for this week is you look like you need a hug, and you have to include a unicorn of some sort. That could be using the term blue collar unicorn because, we do exist. Anywho, let's get this straight. Don't add to the population, don't subtract from the population. If you get arrested, assert dominance, call one of us, see if we have bail money. Otherwise, be brave, be bold, but always stay humble, and we will see you again next week. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Or
Bye!
on YouTube.
Yeah, and also on YouTube.